Fure. That's funny. Son Goku, what up? Lawrence, hey. Cutie Sniper, what's up? What's up? Nice, Gaiden, nice. I was second, but I liked, and the thing popped up. Ah. How was the Duckling event yesterday? Don't even get me started. I'm so annoyed from yesterday. Cause like I got the email, right? Like I even went like around 4 o'clock. Cause it takes about like an hour and a half. Um, no, not 4 o'clock. I went at 3 o'clock. Cause it takes about an hour and a half. And in the email, it told me try to be here between 5 to 5:30. You know. So I'm like, all right, it makes sense, right? So I left at 3. I go. I mean, I expected to hit traffic, but that's why I left around 3. Um, well, like to be exact, it was like around 2:50 something. But you know, I want to just keep saying 3 because I don't want to keep saying 2 something. Um, and yeah, so like I make it. But there was a fucking huge ass line. Everyone else thought what I did. They went early as hell. And literally, the 2 people in front of me, from the lineup, we the person in front of me also didn't get in, but the second person that was in front of me was the last person to fill up the spot. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I was annoyed and pissed. And then I was coming back home because there was no point. I mean, I was gonna stay for the Anime Expo, that the free lounge one that was totally open for the public, for Funimation at least, you know. And what's it called? Yeah, I was gonna go, but I'm like, what am I gonna do until 12? You know, because the lounge thing didn't open till 12 a.m. and it was gonna just be there for an hour pretty much, or was it 2 hours? I forgot exactly what time it was gonna close. It was either gonna close at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. But I'm like, what am I gonna do for like the next, what, 5, 6, 7 hours here? So I ended up coming home, and then I was stuck in traffic for a good 3 hours because there was a major accident close to where I live. I'm like, come on, I'm like right here. Let me just get to this other freeway. Let me get to the 91. That's all I need. But yeah, my day was horrible yesterday. In other words, so I was so mad. But anyways, enough of that. Storm 4 player, what's up, man? And I have like 7 Smirnoff in my system, so I'm so dead. Come on, guys, it's just 7 Smirnoff. It shouldn't be that much effective. What up, Goku Black? Besides yesterday, pretty good. Yesterday was annoying as hell. Perez, hey. Ow. So are we all gonna do the Sans last weapon? Yeah, we'll try. Hey, did you have fun yesterday? Well, I hope you heard me, Gaiden. Lucky you got Sasuke, I need Sasuke. Just hit 635 stones, should get at least 650 at the end of the login bonus. Nice, nice. What's there's two Goku blocks? Oh crap! I thought it was the same person. Black Goku. Hey, what's up? Yes, you fool. My other fellow Goku Black will kill you, nasty more. um, hold on, give me 1 second. Tom Cruise, what up? What up? Well, that sucks. I'm sorry. Alright, whatever. Let's spare bump them. Hell yeah. Okay. The Pokemon winner. Hey, what's up? Makes me sleepy and I'm pretty cranky when I want to sleep. Hell no. Go to sleep, Garden. Go to sleep. Alrighty, QT Sniper. Wait, what's the give on? Oh, the giveaway? Oh. So the giveaway is a Japanese Dokkan account. It's fairly... The rank isn't too low, you know? Actually, I need to talk to Khalifa because I need to know how the account is. I don't know if she's been playing it or not, but yes. It's I guess it's a low rank account, but you come with an Undoken SSJ for Vegeta alongside with a AGL SSJ 3 Goku, I believe. There's like 3 other good units, honestly, but the rest are pretty much villains. So there's only one good supporter for the SSJ4 Vegeta. But yeah, it's all pretty much thanks to Khalifa because she doesn't want that account, and yeah. But yes, Black Goku, that's pretty much what that giveaway. I mean, you guys have what, 28 hours, I think? I believe it was like 28 or 27 hours for it. Have you pulled Obito? Yes. I mean, I did a video yesterday. Angel Lopez Gaming. Thanks for subscribing, man. But yeah, I did, what's it called? I did a video, I uploaded a video yesterday. I only did like, I think 100 Ninja Pearls. That was like my way of saying, that was like my way of saying sorry because I wasn't able to stream yesterday, but yeah. But yeah, I was able to get some nice characters at least. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend to go watch it if you want. But yeah, I wasn't able to pull Obito at least, so sadly, Hey, we're getting a lot of 6 stars. Nice. Angel Lopez, what's up, man? Oh, never mind. Didn't see the description. Yeah, that's pretty much. If you guys are interested in the giveaway, you guys have about like 28 or 27 hours left. To remember to be exact, it was one of those two. That's for sure. Yeah, if you click in the description, there's the link for the giveaway. If you click on it, it tells you exactly what's in that account, pretty much. But yeah, I know she got a few new characters. Oh, she did? Okay. Yeah, I haven't spoken to her in like a day, I think. I haven't been on Discord, pretty much. But yeah, Son Goku, do you know what new character she got? Now more stronger, nice, nice. But nothing major besides the Vegeta. Oh, okay, okay. Anyone trying to farm Kabuto later? Steven, what up? Yes, we are gonna be farming Kabuto later. Even got a 6-star. Nice, nice, nice. Did you buy your pearls? Yes. Oh wait, no, not this one. These 401s are totally free to play. I've had this account since it came out, and I logged in every single day pretty much. I thought you meant from the video yesterday. My bad. But yeah, these 401s are pretty much logins from every single day since it first started, and plus I did the story mode, and I didn't finish the story mode completely, and I also have all of these left right here, pretty much all these other ones that I haven't collected, pretty much. And what's it called? You guys been helping out with the emergency missions, and I also get the Ninja Pearls through there. But yeah, now that yesterday's video, I did buy the 90 stone pack in the yesterday's video, so I can give you guys those 100 Ninja Pearl summons, since I wasn't able to live stream yesterday. So it was my way of saying sorry. So I gave you guys that video pretty much. But other than that, I haven't bought anything else. These rest of 400 ones are totally from the login bonuses every single day, and what's it called? Part of the story mode and part of the emergency missions that you guys been helping me out with. And yeah. But other than yesterday's videos, but yeah, all the ones that I have right now currently are the free to play ones. Other than yesterday's though. I need 2 more 6 stars limited break Sakura Crystal. What was it? Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? To finish limit breaking her. Nice. Nice. You're almost there, man. Do you have Discord? Yes. Enter the you. Thank you for the sub to something. No problem, man. Turn up our high best for hell yeah. I'm sad I have to leave. I'm going to the movies. Alrighty, cutie snipers. Enjoy whatever movie you're going. Angel Vegeta is the guy who manages, so when he comes on, he will add you. Yes. I want that Sasuke. And how was the tournament? El Gringo. Don't get me started with the tournaments. Pretty much short story. There was 2 people in front of me, right? The person that was 2 people in front of me pretty much was able to make it, and that's the last person that got the slots. And the person in front of me and myself, and obviously the people behind us, we weren't able to make it. So it was like, it would have been one thing honestly if they were like, if the entries didn't happen to like later on, you know. But yeah. I had Obito, Itachi, and one tail Naruto in the multi. Nice. Then I did another one and got a dupe of Obito and Naruto one time. Nice, congrats, man. I use OBS to live stream and record myself. Me, I got one tail Naruto. Nice, congrats. Vanessa Brooks, hey, what's up? Anyone trying to do some emergencies? Yeah, heck yeah. Alex, what up? Wow, I thought I was the only one saving the monthly pearls. Nah. I mean, it wasn't that hard for me not to summon, cause I wasn't really playing the game. I literally just started playing like now about 3 weeks now. But yeah, I was grinding a lot. Oh, okay. Show your characters list. I mean, I don't have that many decent characters list, to be honest. But yeah, this is honestly the only fascinating ones is just the cards that I was able to pull in yesterday's video, which was Darui, Tsunade, Sasuke, and Conan. Those are literally the 4 ones that I was able to pull on yesterday's video. That's pretty much it, to be honest. Where do I download OBS? Oh, okay. So OBS is an application for your computer. It's not for your phone. So if you're looking for how to record and how to live stream to your phone, um, I forgot which application is it. Once Jay comes back, he knows it because he does it through an application. I mean, he does it through an app. I don't. Okay, so what do you guys want to do? Obviously, we can't do the. God damn, I'm forgetting this in Kabuto because it's not open. But other than that, what do you guys feel like doing? Let me know. I do too. I got one to Naruto, so we can do the Sasuke together. Does anyone know the game Bleach Brave Souls? Yes, I know about it. Deidara, Gaara, and Zetsu. Wait, what? I might just play the creepiest game on the phone. Sarah is Missy. Dude, I want to do a recording of that. What is your favorite character? In this game or in the Naruto general series, I guess. Goku, if you're here, I would like to fight you. Show yourself, Goku. I got a tablet, not a phone. Okay, yeah, so you can still use a tablet. It still works with OBS. Just after you, I'm assuming you have a computer, obviously. If you have a computer, it will be much easier like that through OBS. But yeah, the game. I guess I will say I'm gonna be biased because it's from my character because those are the only ones that I know. So I'm gonna say the Tsunade, just because she's an amazing healer. Vegeta's still an appetizer. Is it possible to do a live video in the phone? I believe so. I believe they updated on the YouTube, right? That you can just live stream directly through your phone, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. Or if not, you can always use an app. That game still has me shaking. It's so realistic. For reals. Y'all on Devon Cord? I am not. I'll log in. Hold on, give me 1 second, Devon. I'm trying to remember where did I open Discord? In which window? Oh my god, come on, there you go. Bam. I'm online on Discord. Black, remember when I was beating you up? Yep, I got all 3. And you're strong. You remember when I almost killed you? Yo, what up? I'm free all summer now. Nice, congrats, Blizzard. I beat Kabuto A rank, skill only. Nice. I was asking, so I know if I need to download it. Oh, well, I just went on. And what's up, bro? Not much, man. What up? Then I came back from the time chamber. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hey, what up? And it's Dream. What up, man? Do you have a group chat on Discord? I believe so. Do you have a Discord chat? If so, you link it. Hold on, give me a second. Jay, what was the Discord link? Okay. Anyways, you guys, I'm gonna make a video, and not just along me. I'm gonna make a couple of my friends join in as well. But yeah. But yeah, Vegeta, or Jay, what was the link for the Discord again? For the chat, I mean? And also, what do you guys want? What do you guys want to help me on? Or what do you guys feel like playing? I mean, we still have an hour for the Kabuto to come back, but what other raids do you guys want to do for the meantime? What were the prizes for the little tournament? Oh, Devin. Don't even get me started. Yesterday was a horrible day. I usually come only for Dokkan Battle, but I'll come on Blazing Senses, but mostly just Dokkan. That's cool, it's cool, don't worry about it. We're still weaker than Goku. That's true. When your anniversary, we should get the Madara and Obito that we got from Blazing Fest. Alright. When is the giveaway? Okay, the giveaway, you guys have, I believe, either 28 hours left or 27 hours, one of those two. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah. I beat Kabuto S rank skill only and use 15 pearls. Man, why'd you use 15 pearls, dude? What was I saying? I'm saving my stones
Bro,
on Dokkan for the SSJ4. Yes.
that
What up?
game, man.
Oh, I know.
I can never unsee the horrors.
Then you and the Zamasu dude and you fused me. That voice crackled out rip. When is the giveaway? But yes, you guys have about like 27 hours or 28 hours left for the giveaway. So if you guys are interested, go in the description below, click the link. It'll let you know. It pretty much tells you in details what that, like how that account looks like, pretty much. But yeah, I'm gonna be pissed if we don't get SSJ4s and we get Goku Jr. or something. Oh yes, I'm used to making your day horrible, bringing up Rose. So you should know I don't mind hearing about your horrible days in the slightest. Nice. Heck, but I didn't cry to become Super Saiyan. When is Sasuke Curse Mark 2 is going to come out? I have no idea, Eric Munoz. I'm not really like.
Curse Mark 2 will be out next week
Oh, there
for
you go.
global.
Hey Jay, can you do something with the Echo? Or your PS3 or PS4? PS3, my bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I got a PS3. Ha ha ha.
No, I keep forgetting that's one, my bad. Yeah, thanks. Um, Eric, apparently it's coming out. When was it? Next week then?
Hold on. When did it hit JP? It's a week from the day it hit JP. So whenever it hit JP, a week later is when it came.
Okay.
Coming out.
Alrighty. Even Jada knows this before. You know if it was sent. Thank you, no problem, man. July 7 already. Ninetales, hey, what's up? Still one. Nice.
I wonder if that game Sarah's missing has multiple endings.
I'm not entirely sure. But I really want to play it.
Because the ending I got so fucked up.
Don't tell me. Alright, you guys, what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to do Data's, Itachi's, Gaara, Lee, Zabuza?
Everybody in the chat, go play a game called Sarah is Missing. Really good game, but will freak you out.
Sure, you beat me, but you did. You beat hits. Tyler Heyman, hey, what's up? Last, if I call Zeno, erased you. I never done multi on my account before. Ah, okay. Sorry, didn't know. Caps one. It's okay, Tyler. Don't worry. Nice. I need help to get Lucky Box. So 99 look. Will you join? I don't have any 99 luck characters though, Oscar.
Which is why you need to be grinding Kabuto.
Yeah. It's a pain in the ass.
Trust me, you're gonna want to because Sasuke's drop rate really sucks. Like you don't have high luck.
Don't matter. But yeah, Deadly Arts, okay. Ninetales, do you want to join in with me since you suggested which one you wanted to do?
Oh, dude.
And also Ninetales, do you want to do A rank, B rank, or C rank, whichever? Let me know.
So don't get the RC already.
Oh, Devin's online. On Discord, I mean. You wanna call through the chat?
Yeah, I will.
All right. Yes, alrighty then. Damn it, what is he? Is he I believe he was
What's up, dude?
okay. I believe he was this 9 shirt. Anyways, what's your rank? My rank is only 76. Does not matter.
Hey, you actually beat me in something. You're a higher rank. Only because I reload. But I'll catch up with you really quickly.
Probably, because I don't play that much. Ninetales, if you want to join in, let me know once you're in. Um, but yeah, Lawrence, you can join in the next one then. In the next one, you can join. Oh, there you go, Oscar. Storm 4 player can help you out. I joined Discord. Yay, nice. It's the boy. I'm the new. And it's the boy, my new name. Okay. Should I feed my dupes Madara or awaken it? There's no consequences, right? If you feed your dupes of Madara before awakening it, right? Alex, do you mind letting Ninetales join in first? You can get the next one along with Lawrence, if that's okay with you. Okay, so Ninetales, the ID is 10852. The passwords, I believe, is just links, and that's
I
the
know,
password. What up?
I know y'all missed the greatness of Devin.
Okay, I gotta go back and play this game again because I just found out there's multiple endings.
Oh, there is. Nice. Okay. That's that thing I didn't pull myself. Oh, okay. Kurakage, yo, what up? Family friendly stream. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
But yeah.
God, what is that? Damn
But
jump
is
scare
it really though?
Fucking jump scare.
But yes. Ninetales, there's the ID and there's the password. Let me know once you're in. Are you doing? Did you put A rank? Do I have to be your friend? No, you don't. I quit, so Ninetales gonna join already then. Do I have to be your friend? You don't have to be my friend to join in. Alright. I'm gonna assume this is you because it says 9. So before I click it, this is you, right? Is your name 9? Ninetales. That's cool. Your name is Ninetales and you're going off with Naruto. Okay. I'm gonna assume this is you. So already then.
Company has another game too.
How? So how do I enter the giveaway on the iOS? Robert, just click on the go to the description and click the giveaway link, and it will send you directly there.
Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. I think Caliph refuses to join the server.
What happened?
I've sent her the link so many times. She still has not joined.
Oh, isn't she just busy then?
Yeah.
She is in the middle of a tournament. You know what I mean?
Oh, she is?
I don't know. I've talked to her since I sent the link.
I mean, the tournament of power. Come on, people.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Maybe. Fall back in your turn, shit, please.
But yeah, I wouldn't know because I haven't spoken to her since what, 2 days now. I haven't replied back to her message. In other words, I haven't been on Discord lately. Like honestly, I keep forgetting about it that I have one. To get a Night Tales. Okay, description does not appear what it is. Where is it? If you click on the description, you click on show more, it will be right there. Right now, I'm farming my events. Nice, nice.
You know the messed up part about it is I actually went to enter the little contest for the account for the hell of it.
Oh yeah, nice.
I can't even enter it because I'm already following you and already subscribed.
Really? So
yeah,
you,
I tried to even unsubscribe, go back to the link, and then subscribe again. It didn't work.
really? I didn't know that. Huh. That's weird because I know I'm the one that made the giveaway, but if I wanted to be a dick, I can also like join in my own giveaway. Which is
Really? You
weird.
go join here?
No. I mean, I'm not gonna do that, but I'm saying like, that's
No, I'm
weird.
just saying that would be a real dick move.
Oh, I know, but it's weird that it lets me, but you can't, which is weird. I would have assumed if you're already subscribed, it will be already easier for you, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want the account. I just figured I would enter it just for the hell of it.
If I win the giveaway, I'll token on my SSJ for Vegeta. Nice. Yeah, it's weird. I didn't know that. Maybe I need to change some settings. Honestly, I just looked up how to do the giveaway and then I just literally
Well,
went off
obviously
like that.
nobody else has had problems with it, so I mean, I guess everything else is fine.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Well, that I've been watching Naruto since I was little. I feel you. I've been watching Naruto since it first came out. In the
Same here.
sub version, at least.
Yeah, I was watching Sasuke when it first came out.
I didn't start watching Naruto till it started coming on Toonami in the dub version.
I know. I watched it in sub version right away.
Yo, little kid Naruto and dub used to irritate me, bro.
Oh hell yes! The dub version was just so annoying.
I think he just meant Naruto himself was annoying.
No, I just meant all the characters were pretty much annoying. But yes,
Hey,
especially
hey.
Naruto
Put
in
some
the
respect
beginning.
on Sasuke name right now.
Super hyperactive #1 Knucklehead Ninja. Longest title for anime episode ever.
Like I said, they were all annoying, you know.
I was just referring to Naruto though. Everybody else was cool, but Naruto's voice was extra annoying.
I know, but I agree though. He was.
Well, it
annoying
was
too.
done by a female, so I mean.
And not just that though, like that whole, Believe It really got annoying so quick.
Hold up, what
What got
post made?
annoying was hearing him talking about, that's my Nindo, my ninja way. Would you shut the hell up?
Just Awaken and Maximize.
Yeah,
Talk
that
is
got
sense.
pretty
Nice,
tired pretty
nice.
quick too.
Isai that
Okay, we
fuck.
get it. You don't go back on your word.
Thanks for subscribing, Isai. What up? If you need help, tell me. Okay, what's up? What's up, Isai? Do you have Sage Naruto or Obito? I do. I do not.
I say I have them both on JP, but I don't have them on global.
Oh shit, we almost died.
I think I actually have almost every version of Naruto on JP.
Oh, we died. I lied. I take that back. We died. Oh man, I should have paid attention.
You got raped by Toby.
I don't want to use the Ninja Pro, but we were already there.
I pulled the Madara and the Obito.
I can.
Hold on, I think I missed something. Oh my bad. Sorry. Ah man, can't believe I had to use the thing.
Somebody talk about you in chat, Jay.
Obito is OP? Nice. Data boy.
Don't be
Data
talking about
bio.
Kirby Sage.
Bye, and if anyone wants to support my channel, the name is SB Vegeta. There you go. If anyone wants to support SSB Vegeta, there you go. I want heat on. Nice. Can you help me? My last comment will tell you why.
Heaton's actually a pretty good healer. It can actually deal a good bit of damage.
What does it look like? I am still not. I have no idea what that word is. iOS and I had it for you. I don't know what you're asking, Robert. Asmin plays Mobile Legends. Hello there. What's up, man? Yes, I got him. Nice. Congrats. That is my fourth one. Congrats.
You must have been reading a comment from a while ago.
Yeah, because I was looking at the screen trying to figure out where the comment was.
Yeah, I was gonna try to help, but I'm like, dang.
Yeah, you know he's able to scroll up. We have to go by what we can see.
Matter of fact, I'll be back. I'm gonna check my blazing. Alrighty then. Yo, I'm back. What's up? Shoot, Gaming. Welcome back.
You got it on the TV too.
Yep.
I at least got the Blazing Fest tonight during the festival. I feel you. I got her too. Can I get the Discord link? Jay, do you mind putting the Discord link again?
And yeah, Silent, you pissed me off so much when you got fucking
Ah man.
got on a Tsunade. I was like, son of a bitch.
So when SSJ4s drop, what cards you Dokkan Awakening Silent?
I'm gonna go directly for the Goku.
I might go for Vegeta first.
Oh, okay, so the Rose joke gonna stay alive then, right?
Probably not.
Actually, no. If he can't pull either Goku or Vegeta, the joke's gonna change.
No, if that happens, it's all freaking Devin's fault because he's the one that did say, "Is like, watch, you're gonna end up pulling all the sub cards, but not the feature card, not the SSJ4 cards."
See,
Watch,
at that point,
he's
I'ma
going
feel like
to pull that
Rhyme
Rose out of the banner, but not pulling the Super SS4s.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna laugh like hell if that's what happens.
Does anyone know when's the next Blazing Banner is gonna be? I do not. Jay, do you know what's the next Blazing Banner?
They do it once a month, but actually
Oh,
they might skip next month because the 2-year anniversary is coming up, or the 1-year anniversary. My bad.
oh, okay. So yes,
Yeah,
Gohan for life. I have no idea, to be honest. Sorry.
yeah.
Yo, what up,
Dokken's
Sign,
getting
and
the
what up,
2-year
Vegeta? Keep up the
anniversary
good
Blazing
remix.
in 1 year.
I'm doing good, man. How about you, Hype God? I'm hyped for the new Bijoumo Naruto coming out, though. Nice. The best I got was a
I've
4
already got
star.
him.
Can I join again? Yeah, go ahead, Ninetales.
I've already got KCM2 Naruto. He is so OP.
Nice. But do you have Tsunade?
Is- Actually, I have like 3 different versions of Tsunade, so
Or
I'm
do
happy.
you have the good Tsunade?
No,
Exactly.
I don't care. I still have the KCM2 Naruto.
Yeah, but that's the JP version.
Oh, well, that's because it's not out on Global yet.
Can I join next? Alright, Kurikage, you can join the next round, pretty much. If that's okay with you. But yeah, Ninetales, oh, never mind, you're joining.
Now, you need to see the KCM2 Naruto's ultimate. The Ninetales appears and he's shooting a tail beast bomb while Naruto's using a Rasen Shuriken.
Nice. Watch Silent get all the old units, but no, not one SSJ4. That will be all Devin's fault. If that happens.
Hey, trick shots. Now, there are some 4-star cards that are really good.
I will not be responsible.
You're the one that said it. You're like, watch, you get every other card but the SSJ4s.
Delete that video.
I'm still laughing that in the comments when he did his video the day of the Dokkan tournament in LA, he thought, damn it, Jay, why you gotta beat me?
For real, I was like, god damn it. I got at least
And I
3 or
did the
4
polls at the
Blazing
exact same
Fest
time as you
characters.
did.
I got at least 3 or 4 Blazing Fest characters on my main global account. Nice. I think I have what now? 1, 2, 3. Well, I don't know if the other ones are.
Well, out of the 5 accounts that I kept for after re-rolling, I had 2 Obitos, 1 Killer Bee, and like 4 One-Tail Narutos.
Oh, okay. Robert, when you go in the description below, there's a little like not tab, but a little where there's gonna say click here for show more. Pretty much, you click on that so you can see the rest of the description. I just entered in the giveaway. I made a Twitter just for that. Nice. Well, good luck
And
to
the
you,
age-old
man.
question comes back.
Good luck with that, man. I created a new group. Nice. LMAO. How did you get 400 orbs? Oh, the Ninja Pros? So, like, I've
Yeah.
had the game since it came out already. Well, I've had the game ever since it came out, and I would just log in literally every single day. Not really playing the game. I only recently started playing the game, but what, 3 weeks now ago? Like 3 weeks ago now? So that's pretty much why.
Sonic, why don't you tell me the Coliseums on freaking Treasure Cruise was such a pain in the ass?
Dude, I told you guys in like one of my One Piece Treasure Cruise streams. I'm like, yeah, I don't recommend you guys doing the Coliseum, especially if you guys are new, because it's the hardest. The Coliseums are the hardest modes, pretty much, other than the ambush clash thing.
The
'cause
only
those are-
one in the Coliseum I was able to do is like the first.
Yeah, the
round
first
of-
stage.
first set
Yeah.
of rounds.
Yeah, you see the easiest one, it's because it's the easiest one, but the hardest one, the expert ones, those are the hardest ones. So I was like, yeah,
I can make it to the boss of the second round or the second level or whatever you want to, second stage.
yeah.
I can make it all the way to the boss and then just get wrecked. Because freaking I can't remember his name, but he attacks first,
he hits me for like 200 and something thousand.
Goddamn.
I'm like, son of a bitch. I can never remember his name. It's the one that's got the blades for fingers.
So I've been good, and I made 2 new remix videos. Still didn't get copyright. Dude, I don't know how you're not getting copyrighted. But that's good though. That's good for you though. It's good for you though. I think that you should put how you got them pros in the description, so that way you don't have to say it every single time. I mean, I don't mind saying it every single time. Okay, where is the description? I have a phone for. Robert, it's just in the description. You click on just show more. There's literally a word that says show more. You click on that and it expands the description pretty much.
I don't know, you mean in farm food pills or farm ninja pills?
Do you know an easier way to get pills? I've been trying to figure out how to farm pills first. I've been getting lucky on those whenever I do the story mode, to be honest.
Story mode is the easiest way to farm them.
So yeah, I would
Unless you just
suggest.
have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I would just suggest do story mode. Honestly, that's where I got a lot, to be honest.
I think I get most of mine from farming and pack missions.
Oh, okay.
Because you're guaranteed going at least every run you're going to get food pills. So.
Alright.
Hey, Treasure Cruise is fun. It just takes a minute to get used to the controls of the game. I can't believe I've actually gotten good at getting perfects with chopping.
Your channel is better known for blazing Dokkan and One Piece. It's usually just Dokkan and One Piece, honestly. I mean, Dokkan and blazing. One Piece, like, not a lot of people like it, so it's understandable. But yeah. But I still do One Piece.
You play... Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, but I do play the One Piece just because I like it, honestly. So.
I think you mostly play One Piece when there's nothing to do on Dokkan.
Honestly, yes, but I at least do at least once, you know, once a week at least.
Hold up, I didn't know the wisdom Naruto was. That's new.
You say look at the emergency missions or story mode. Most times there will be a quest that has mostly pills as drops. Okay. Should I awaken Darui? If you want. I mean, okay, there you go. Yes. Yes.
He's OP once you awaken him. Especially if you limit purge him.
I don't like this Sasuke version that much. God damn it. Yeah, I'm not using a Ninja Pro this time.
Violet, you thought Kabuto was a pain in the ass. Wait till Sasuke comes out.
I'm gonna just switch this. Where is he?
I've never actually had anybody ask me how to farm fields. It's just like something that pops up on pretty much every mission you do.
Where?
Oh, cool, you got the Gamabunta Naruto. I forgot you had some in that.
I can only heal with her,
that
right?
5-star Jiraiya.
Sadly,
I think that 5-star Jiraiya that you have awakens in the stage mode.
Oh yeah, nice. Okay, thank you for telling me how to farm pills. Yeah, no problem, man. I can't find the description that says sees more. Okay, then that's just weird because I have no idea what to say to that. To be honest,
Killer Bee's actually a really good unit. I can't even say the dude's name, but yeah, Killer Bee's actually really good.
I want to summon on Dokkan so bad. Don't, man. Resist.
I know
Resist.
the feeling. I know the feeling.
I missed. That's okay.
Resist.
Nightos.
That's the reason I don't play Dokkan. Just restrain myself.
What was I gonna say? Karu Kureikage. There you go. Kureikage, you can join in now.
Hey, Gaiden, what kind of Smirnoffs you got? I want one.
Smirnoff doesn't even have that much. It's like, yeah, it's.
I know. I just like the taste of them.
I don't like fruity drinks.
I just like my favorite one is the screwdriver.
The new mission of Sakura, you get 2 pills for 1 stamina, and it's super easy. You only need 2 auto hits. Michael Johnson, hey, what's up? The creator, hey, what up? You're new? Welcome, man. Welcome.
Nah, Hype, I don't think he'll be mad. He'll probably be happy for you. Trust me, I've tried to make him mad and it doesn't work.
Time to eat and drink my last 2 Smirnoffs. Nice. Wait, what? But I'm gonna wait already. Yes, you should wait. I want Killer Bee so bad. I need Mother to Dupe so bad. I need those characters. I shouldn't be drinking. Oh, I'm only 18.
Gaiden, I've been drinking since I was 15. So
Exactly. I can't say anything either to that.
Corona for the win.
I have so much luck on Dokkan, bro. Watch Silent gets mad when someone pulls this is J4.
I played the fifth.
Nah, I won't get mad. I'll just blame Devin. That's all.
Devin, there is no such thing as the fifth anymore.
Can I join? I can't join. Oscar, do you mind? So
played
Lawrence
the
can
devil.
join. Where should it be? So pretty much in the description. Honestly, it should say right there. Before, you know, you get the name of the the name of the what's it called? Before the name of the game, right on top of it, it should say like show more or something like that.
Simon, I love the Tsunade train y'all got going.
Nice. Kurekage, the ID is 10852, and that is the password.
He never changes it, so just don't ever go in there and join somebody else's room. As soon as you go in there, it'll automatically pop up.
I don't change it because I'm too lazy to change it, to be honest.
I noticed. Oh, speaking of lazy, how was the event?
Didn't you hear me when I
Nope.
talked about it at the beginning, where I was ranting
I
about the
wasn't here.
event?
I wasn't here.
Yeah, I wasn't lurking at that time myself.
What? Devin wasn't lurking? Oh crap.
I know. Shocker. Jesus.
Who's on Discord? I got classic and green apple, easier to drink. Nice. Devin and Jay. Or
money.
yeah. Same. I got Geo Good Healer. Nice.
I'm about to predict your most hyped summon on the SSJ4 banner side.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Devin,
You
we're
ready?
gonna see how good your
Cool.
predictions are. Will I pull a SSJ4?
First summon, 7 paws, rainbow, Super Saiyan.
That's so BS already right there. I don't even think I've gotten a 7 pods. Actually, I haven't even been doing any summons, so I yeah.
Well, hey, 7 rounds with Devin, so if you
Alrighty.
was gonna get 7 paws anytime, this the time.
all right. But yes, God,
First
welcome.
card, crack the
God.
screen. STR Super Saiyan 3 Goku.
Oh, you suck.
Second card, break the screen again. You got 2 in a row.
Nice.
STR GT Trump.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
So that's two of the units you need right
I
there,
already
right?
have both of those.
I already have both of them.
But they good.
True.
I never used them.
Kurigaki, yeah, just try to restart the app then.
And I actually prefer the AGLs.
How long will the stream be? At least 2 hours minimum. But
After
yeah.
that, you're gonna get pretty much fodder, and that's the internet. And that's gonna be your hypest summon right there. After that is
Hey, newest LR card, baby Trunks.
How long the stream will be? Yeah, Michael, at least 2 hours. We usually end up doing either between 2 to 3.5 hours. But yeah. Devin is gonna suck out all the silent luck. And if Devin pulls SSJ4, he tells Silent he's gonna be like, really? Nah. If he does pull SSJ4, I hope it's on his villain's account.
I mean, my man got a lot of stones, man. I don't know.
Okay, I do not know how this works. I am 12.
About
Okay.
300 and something stones right now.
Robert, if you want, after the stream is over, I'll message you through the Twitter, and I'll throw you. I'll show you the pictures of how to do the in the description stuff. Or actually, you know what? Hold on. I'll just put down the link. Actually.
I already know if I pull both SSJ4s before Silent, he's gonna be like, "Damn it, why'd you beat me again?"
I know. I mean, if you guys pull them, that's great for you guys.
To be honest, I want to pull them, but not to use them, just to have them. I've already pretty much have my team set up the way I want it. I don't like changing stuff.
Robert, the link is right there.
Hey, how awesome would it be if the next LR card was like Baby Goku or something?
Baby Goku. What good, like, memorable scene was there with him?
Baby Goku or Candy Vegito?
You're wrong for that.
Jay, how many stones do you have?
I have about a little over 400 and something stones.
Goddamn.
I've been putting in that grind. I even been putting in time on the account that I'm giving away.
So far, I've held 4 classics, 3 green apples, 2 orange flavors in one day, in less than 4 hours. Nice. I wouldn't drink those because those are all fruity. I don't like fruity flavors. I'm pulling SSJ4 Goku, don't say it. Nice. Has this game fallen off? Has this game fallen off? It seems like it's not popping as Dokkan or Duel Links. I don't know how Duel Links is popping, to be honest, because like I
Duel
don't
Links
like
is actually like the most underrated. I mean, the least played game that Bandai has put out.
Well, apparently not. But yes, Miguel skates. I have no idea. I want to say I don't think so, but honestly, I don't know. To be honest. But yeah, and also welcome, man. What rank is he in? Wait. What do you mean? What rank he's in? Oh wait, who are we talking about? Juju Bean, what up, man? What up? A rank. Okay. Classic tastes like Sprite, so it's good.
Hey, if you give me a Corona,
yeah, we need to spread out, you guys, big time.
My favorite words to tell Silent in a multiplayer mission. Spread out, damn it! It was very...
400 stones. I'm surprised that you didn't go and summon another double rates banner. I'm surprised on that too.
Hype, it was a very difficult. I actually had to stop playing Dokkan in order to not do it.
Makes sense.
I just been playing SEO memory defrag to pretty much take up all my time.
Hey, there you go. Robert was able to do the thing. Nice. Oh, really? He doesn't go all 3? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about probably doing like 4 multis on each banner.
Nice. I'm gonna go just hard on 1. Hopefully I can get 1. Like, I really want to go for the SSJ4 Vegeta first, just because it has Rose in it. But I don't have that many good AGL units, so.
So what you gonna do with the last 100 stones?
Like, if I can pull the SSJ4 Goku, you know, within the first 3 multis, then I'll focus everything on SSJ4 Vegeta.
I heard they actually, because I never did get them both on JP, but if you have them on the same team, they actually have some really good things together.
I used the subscribe way. Nice, Robert. Yeah, you see, Jay? Robert was already subscribed to me, and he was able to enter the giveaway still. Oh, no, I lied. I just remember his name popped up. Never mind. I take that back. Elite Gaming, hey, what's up?
I really hope we get the same deal we got on the Vegito Blue and Rose banner.
Oh,
It would be nice if they did the SSJ4 banners like the double rates banner.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Yeah, everybody gonna have dupes.
Yeah.
Not really. Did you actually see people's luck on that banner? Everybody was pulling fucking SRs for days.
I pulled a good amount of SSRs just from using 100.
I pulled maybe 4 or 5 SSRs.
Lava Rock, what's up? What up?
10 singles.
Welcome to the stream, man.
Double rates, and he's still not gonna pull Rose.
Just wait, man. Just wait.
Devin, even if Silent, even if you do manage to pull it, he's just gonna change the joke up to, damn, it took you this long to pull us.
It don't matter as long as I was able to get another dupe of, you know, SSB Vegeta Blue at least on my right account.
Okay.
Hell, I cannot get the Vegito Blue.
If he don't pull Rose, but he pulls SS4, I might let it slide. I might stop talking about it.
Devin, you know you're never gonna stop talking about it.
You know, it would be even better if Devin Kans doesn't even pull an SSJ4.
Oh my god.
I'm deleting the game. Because that's too many stones for me not to pull at least 1.
Hey, Devin, do it the smart way. Just start re-rolling the account.
I got like 6.
Whichever ones you don't pull it on, re-roll it.
But remember, I'm giving 2 of those away.
If I do not pull it, I'm making a new account.
I tried to save up, but I couldn't resist the double rates banner. Now I have 20 stones. Ah, Hype God. Why?
Hype, have you already did the false rush?
So
that'll give you enough for 1 multi and a few singles.
So yeah, Jay, Robert, he unsubbed and then he resubbed to join the giveaway.
Good for you, guys, and you have way more restraint than I do.
I'm done spending money on
like
Dokkan.
I
I'll just
said,
save up what I got.
I have 400 and something stones already sitting on my Dokkan account. Then I have like another $100 sitting in my Google Play wallet that I will spend on it.
Yes, Gaiden, I feel you. I don't want to spend any more money on Dokkan.
I don't mind spending money on something I actually enjoy doing.
No, I can't be just spending my money, you know? I have stuff to pay. That's
unless
why.
it's like, if it's like how let's see what game like Brave Souls, it's cheap. Everything you buy is cheap. Gouken, when they had their sales, is cheap. Blazing is it's alright. Treasure
Oh
Cruise
my
is
god.
insanely fucking expensive. I sat there and looked at how much everything cost on One Piece. Oh my god.
I'm telling you, like, that One Piece just drains your account because it's like horrible.
That is price gouging, seriously. But like I said, if you look at all the other Bandai games that's put out, they're not really that bad.
Oh my god, let me go first. Thank you.
Gouken's a little higher priced, but I mean, Bleach Brave Souls, I think, is probably the cheapest I've seen.
What's up? Just got here. What up, DJX, bro? God damn it. You died.
I just can't stop looking at the card art of the KCM 2 Naruto. That is just an awesome card.
Jay just admiring Naruto over there.
Hey, Naruto's my idol. Hey, I know people just went Yandere over Naruto. Hell, if I was to actually show y'all my character list in JP, y'all would flip out.
Not really. Or at least not with me.
You would swear that I'm not free to play, and I'm completely free to play.
I don't play it, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, we need to get you on Blazing.
I would be so out the loop.
Okay, Alex, if you're still here, do you wanna help us out? Cause we're getting our asses beat.
SJ4 is here.
I pulled Kazekage Garda today. Nice, Juju, nice. Oh, Juju, do you want to join in? Or wait, what's it called? Damn, I keep forgetting his name. Kurai Kage. There you go. Kurai Kage. Join in if you're still here. You are next. You keep saying you want to join in.
Juju, actually get that Kazekage Gara as a 6-star. He is really good on certain ninja roads.
Yeah, I'm brave, so I've only spent like $8, and I got the new Ichigo and Kuro. Was it nice? You're in already then.
I think my favorite person on Brave Souls is probably my 6-star Neil.
I don't know. I mean, I like Bleach and all, but yeah, I don't know.
You actually need to play Brave Souls. I mean, it's not like all the other Bandai games. It's actually you control your character and actually move them around.
Oh, I know that. I saw when it came out, I believe for Neverworld, where he used to play it, and I saw him play it. So, I mean, I wasn't like, it didn't caught my interest, but you know, it's like how Devin is with Blazing. You know, it's not a game for him, but he doesn't mind watching it. You know, watching other people play. I think that's how I am when it comes to Bleach Souls.
Isn't My Hero, is it Academia or Academia the same as the Brave Souls in terms of the function?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the game. Isn't it only out for the JP though?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, because I don't think.
I don't know. I haven't played the other one.
Yeah, the Academia one. I don't think it's out on global yet.
Hey, does anybody play Puzzles and Dragons?
Never heard of it. I'm
Same.
in already then.
It's like a Bejeweled meets fighting game. Or Bejeweled meets RPG, whichever one you want to say it.
You have a max 6-star. Wait, who? Oh, Gata? Nice.
Yeah, I'm doing boss rush. I can't find a damn ally super.
You still haven't been able to beat Super 3, right?
Nope.
On Boss Rush.
Nope.
I beat that so long ago.
Honestly, the only reason why I can't beat is because Gogeta's only at SA1. He hits so low. That's why.
My Vegito is SA. Never mind, he's SA6.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But his Gogeta is SA1.
Yeah, the Gogeta's SA1 though. It's only out on JP. Oh, okay.
And you don't have the stress SSJ3 Vegeta either.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have the tanker either.
I think. Let's see. Who do I use as my tank? Actually, I probably use my physical Broly as my tank.
Juju, let me know
Kaki.
when you're in, or when you have the game already.
If I'm actually feeling cocky, I'll take my Aunt Raleigh out and let her be a tank. Since her specialty reduces damage by 20%.
Alright. Oscar, I'm gonna let Juju in because he hasn't had a turn yet. So, do you mind waiting?
And I'm tired of folks making fun of my Raleigh. Look, anybody that's in here that actually watches my stuff, please stop making fun of my Raleigh. There was no events going on. I was bored.
Which Arale is it?
The Ent one.
The Ant one.
I
I pulled her out of the SSR guaranteed banner for a multi.
Yeah, I'm doing the boss rush, but I can't find it in my lab, bro. It's super attack 20 and 70% of the defense. God damn.
Oh.
I mean, I don't use her that much. I mostly just got her. Vegeta, you lucky son of a bitch. Why am I lucky, hype?
Because you can beat boss rush 3.
Oh. And really, what Trunks is probably the hardest one that I faced.
Really? I would assume Trunks is like the easiest one, especially for this one. I'll take the next one because I have to enhance things. Alrighty then.
The last one, I think it was either, I don't know, was it 2 or 3 stages? Because eventually you had to face Rage Trunks, and he hits pretty hard.
Oh yeah, that's how you're supposed to kill him right away.
I know, I killed him with my my LR Frieza. I ultimated his ass. The weird thing about I beat him in with one attack, and that's because I got a Dokkan along with my ultimate.
Okay.
Broly wasn't as hard as I actually thought he was gonna be. I pretty much critted him and it was over with.
Yeah, that's the most ridiculous thing to me about Dokkan and Broly. His event, he has a barrier, but they all
I
all
know.
his cards are garbage.
Exactly.
That doesn't make any sense.
And especially if you look at it in the freaking movies, he's a tanker. He takes every damn hit. But they always shaft him in the damn game, just like they do with Vegeta.
Yeah, he took every hit except for that last one.
What up, David?
Have you noticed how many times has it taken a fucking team Kamehameha in order to beat somebody?
The most annoying is Broly and Gotenks.
Oh god.
I don't find Gotenks that hard since I have that Super Boo, you know, the tech one, or what other one?
Gotenks really wasn't that bad. I'm not gonna lie, I think I nuked Gotenks.
With that,
Then again, it depends on the units. Whatever units you have.
true. Are
I'm
y'all
not
on
gonna lie,
Discord?
what,
Yes.
what actually does the most damage on my team is probably Vegito with his counter.
Rage Trunk stabs the shit out of me. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. You were so close. Are y'all on
Only
Discord?
'cause-
Yes, Juju, yes. I know, Kurikage, you disconnected. But don't worry,
My
man. You can get the next
Vegito,
one.
my Vegito, he actually, whenever his counter comes up, he actually has a chance to super instead. So now that I have him fully awakened, it actually does a lot more damage.
Anyone help with Garda A rank mission to awaken him?
Thank you, Jay.
DJ Screeb, if you want, then yeah, we can do that. The next one.
I'm glad he's Dokkan Awaken now.
Yes, Devin, you can shut up about it. Even though that was not my fault, I had no choice. Because I pulled him right after the event left.
Damn it, you will go after me.
Hey Brandon, don't feel bad. The only Rage Trunks I have is the STR one you got free in the event.
Which actually he hits pretty hard.
And Silent doesn't have Rose on any account, so.
Well, I only have one account, so.
Hey, that's the point. At least you got BB though.
Heck yeah, and I was able to pull 2 of them.
That's nice.
And on the right account, you know.
I might
Of
have
course
to
you do.
reverse Dokkan Awaken my fucking LR androids.
I'm so close.
Because I screwed up. Even when you awaken the SR, went to an SSR, if you've already Dokkan awakened it to the second SSR, it's only a 5% chance of actually boosting the super.
You never invited me to it since like 3 days ago. Oh, okay. Juju, hold on. Give me 1 second. Jay, do you mind putting the link again?
I'm just kidding.
It's because I copied it.
actually,
I copied it, but what's it called? For Robert, I copied the giveaway account, so you know. Yeah. But I just need you to type it in one more time, and then I can just copy it. There we go.
obviously, I don't mind actually doing it.
I really wish I was playing Dokkan when Doflamingo was here.
Dude, no, okay, I had Dokkan when Doflamingo was here, but at the time, I was heavily on One Piece Treasure Cruise, so I was farming the Frieza events so freaking hard, because finding manuals, trying to raise up the skill levels, well, the SA levels for the characters, some of them you can't, the only way to do it is by using the same character, obviously, but it's not even 100% chance, you know. It's just a, what is it, like, what's 25% chance only, you know.
Yeah, I was around during the event, but I just really had no interest in doing it.
Yeah, and what's it called? The worst part is that there are other ways to do it, which are the manuals, but some of them don't have their skill books out at the moment. And that Frieza event was the best thing because it had literally all skill books for every single one. That's why.
Oh, nice.
I just got 5 stones on JP. Wish good luck. Alrighty, man. Good luck. Man, I'm so sad because I didn't pull Rose or Vegito, but I pulled Trunks. But not merged, but I got 100% dupe system LR Androids. I can get the 100% dupe system and for the LR Androids. That's for sure. But I want to get them automatically to SA. Oops. I want to get them all the way to SA 20. So yeah.
DJ, I actually use the Minato and the Sage Naruto if you have them awaken the 6-star. Minato, the Bravery Minato is the only one that can match the range of Obito. And Sage Naruto is actually a pretty hard hitter.
Gospel Brazil. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. I have the Int Rage Trunks. At least you guys have the Rage Trunks or Fusion Samasa, because I wasn't able to.
The only one I got is free to play with.
Exactly. I did all that farming for the damn Samasu and not ended up pulling it.
Hey, the physical one actually does hit pretty good. So I
He
actually rate
he only,
I
doesn't he
can't
have like
relate.
doesn't he have only like a huge modifier, huge damage? He doesn't even have extreme or supreme. He has a huge damage. His
Yeah,
passive
I
is
know.
good. I'll give him that. His passive lowering the enemy's attack by what? I think it's 25%.
25 or 20 something around there.
Yeah. So I'll like his passive is good and all, but he doesn't even hit that hard.
See, I mean, I use him on when I'm doing like anything to do with int. I actually do use that physical because I already have him farmed up to SA10 just because I was bored.
I was only able to pull 2 inch range trunks. Nice, congrats. I'm so sad that I pulled 3 of the Tech Future trunks on Vegeta Blue Banner. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Vegeta saw your newest video of Natsu and Gray. Natsu and Sasuke, fucker, can't spell his name. Matthew Davila, what up?
S-A-S-U-K-E. And I think it pisses me off when folks try to say Sasuke's name and they say Sasuke. They're trying to say it the way it's spelled. It's Sasuke, not Sasuke.
When this is, oh, that's right, I was gonna be doing that one.
Some respect on Sasuke name.
I was gonna say,
Devin, that was creepy.
but yeah, Matthew
Hi.
Davila, what up? Davila?
Well, hi.
Davila.
You, at least enjoy the video.
When is this over, you should. What if you play Dokkan? Probably not. I'll probably do that tomorrow.
I know Silent hasn't watched it yet because he hasn't said anything about it.
No, I have not seen it. I have it already saved though, like on my, you know, like on to watch it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it on there though. Me, ID, who do I bring? What bravery units do you have?
Yeah, I'll have to look at it someday in the future.
And Hype, I know there was a few editing errors I did in there. I meant to edit out whenever you could see my recording program popping up. But I actually forgot to edit that out. Because the videos that I was doing, I was doing it off of Kiss Anime.
Oh, nice. Juju, do you want to join in next?
I was only trying to record like a minute and a half of each video, so I kept having to touch the thing in order to see how long I've recorded of it.
What do I have to do to get mod? For the meantime, I'm not gonna be adding anyone else's mod because, once we have more viewers here, pretty much once we get more viewers, then yeah, I'll start.
Yeah, we all had to
see.
pay Silent $200 to come on.
What a lie. But yeah, at the
Hey, that
meantime,
would
right
be a
now,
really good money stream.
I mean, that's a dick way to get money though.
Yeah, Robert, I have LR Goku, LR Frieza, and LR Androids.
I pretty much paid in presents, you know what I mean? 'Cause
Sun
You
Tzu,
pay an annoyance of Rose,
we've just
eh?
been doing the who are we doing? The Daydata events, pretty much. We're just waiting for Kabuto to open up. I'll join. Alrighty, go ahead and join. Yeah, what type of units do I need? You can bring
Yeah,
whoever you want. Honestly,
Hype, I'm sorry about that. I actually did. I disabled comments on my AMVs because I got tired of folks just commenting random things talking about, oh, that's good, go check out mine.
oh,
Go check out
those
this
spams.
channel.
Oh man, I
Yeah,
used to
so
get
I
those. I used to get
I
them a lot too.
disabled comments on them because they only do it on my AMVs. Any other video comments are still on. Just AMVs or comments are disabled.
I used to get a lot of those. But yeah, go ahead, Sunson. You can totally join. Juju, bring whoever you want. Honestly, I don't really prefer anything. But yeah.
you have it, bring the power of the fourth tail Naruto. He's a really good tank.
Alright, Juju's in here. I'm just waiting for Sun Tsun. Hey, look at that. Trunks. Torunksu.
Oh, crap. Okay, so I got a lot of people that joined from the stream that I gotta adjust their rank and
They really need to make it so that you can add fresh slots.
I mean, yeah.
I kind of see why they don't do it, but
Or if not, they should really implement that mechanic that One Piece Treasure Cruise has. You know, the one if whoever you choose as your captain, all the people on your friend list and or anyone else that has that same leader will pop out, even if they're not running that leader at the moment, as long as they have it. You know, that's a really good mechanic that I really wish Dokkan has, especially if
I
you're
wish.
what?
Oh, go ahead.
Wow, Jay, I had to pay $500. How come you get a discount?
Oh man, you guys are freaking hilarious.
Sal out here hustling with his rosé to spare.
Guidance, I get a discount because I'm awesome.
There you go, Juju, right there.
Lawrence, I don't have Sasuke on global. I take that back. I do have the one Sasuke, but it's not the Taka or any of the good ones. It's just Susanoo Sasuke.
I only own Sasuke in my heart, so I mean, don't
Yeah,
know
we know
what you're gonna
we
do
know
with
you're-
that, but
We know you're fangirl for Sasuke.
facts.
The Pokemon winner, my ID is if you don't add me, then die. Wait, who are you talking to?
Skill Itachi out because people keep saying he's out, but I don't see it. I haven't seen no Skill Itachi, so if he's out, he must be out on JP. The only ones I've seen is Body and Heart.
Is the skill Itachi out because people keep saying he's out, but I don't see him. Not entirely sure. Is he out, Jay?
Silent, you really did not just hear me explain that?
Oh no, because I was busy doing something right now. I was moving something.
Like I said, I haven't heard of Skill Itachi being released. If he is, he's in JP, and I just haven't really been paying much attention to him.
No.
Only ones I've heard of is a Body and Heart one.
The invite is invalid or expired.
But guys, I do have a really good announcement from Blazing JP version. Once the Sasuke event hits global, this event will probably be out on JP. They're getting Asuma, the reanimated Asuma, as a raid event, and they're also getting 5-star Orochimaru as an impact mission.
Robert, at the moment, I'm not adding anyone else as a moderator. At least not until we get more viewers, pretty much, you know? Because then, literally, it's going to be... Chat's going to be literally filled with just pure mods.
The chat's already filled with pure mods.
I hear your ass snacking. What you eating? I'm eating grapes. Well, it was. I just finished.
So I've actually translated the everything about the Orochimaru event. He is going to be a really hard hitter. He's also, if I remember correctly, he's a sealer. So that'll be really good to have a 6-star sealer.
So, Jay, the Discord link, apparently Juju said that the invite is invalid or expired. What does that mean?
Hold on, I might have it set like 30 seconds.
Oh,
Hold on, let me check.
That
Let me
makes
check on
sense.
Server settings.
You can set up bots for your chat, right?
Uh, through YouTube?
Yeah.
I have
Is
no
that
idea.
possible?
I thought that was only through, like, through Discord.
No, it says it expires 30 minutes after you do it. So unless it was 30 minutes, it takes 30 minutes for the invite to expire.
I don't think it's even been 30 minutes, to be honest.
So I'm gonna paste it again and see. Hold on, let me change the. Hold on, let me see. What's the times on it?
Well, that's true.
Uh,
Actually, I have no idea, to be honest. I've saved up 46 more pearls. Just got to keep on going for the next
100
awesome
uses and
summoning
expires
operations.
after 1 day. So, there we go.
Okay, so I guess I can't just copy it because it's just gonna get expired.
Yeah, sadly. If I can get to a computer, I can set up a permanent link, but until then, we have to work with a temporary one.
That's
Which,
cool.
me, you, Devin, Gaiden, and when I can eventually get Khalifa in here, all have the permission to create links. So,
The hell's that?
fortunately, I think I'm the only one that knows how to do it.
The hell's that?
Exactly. I have no idea. Can you play Dokkan X?
I was repeating after what you said.
Oh, I know. Robert, I'll do that tomorrow.
Who wants to join Red Eye Dark Cloud? That's the Itachi.
Hold on, so
I've
I've
already
been hearing
grinded
snack
out,
for at least about 20 minutes.
I've already grinded out 5 rings, so I don't really need to do it.
If you want to be a mod, send Silent a 100-page essay on how good Rose is.
And a $500 down payment.
If you mention Rose, you might get denied.
No, what you have to do is send a 100-page essay on how Silent is the best YouTuber ever, listing reasons why he's the best YouTuber
Fair
ever.
enough, hype guy.
And if he decides to accept you from that point, then you have to do a down payment.
And a $500 down payment. You guys are freaking hilarious. That's pretty harsh, blank.
Wow, he's gonna use your name as a password.
Nice.
Oh, if Trunks, you said you only be able to do 9 multis on SSJ 4s. If you didn't count the free multis, that's actually 12.
God damn.
So yeah.
Only gonna be able to do 9 multis? Dude, I'm only gonna be able to do like.
My man said only though.
Exactly. I'm only
First,
gonna
I
be
was
able
gonna
to
say, it's a lot of people who can't do.
That
Four.
doesn't guarantee anything, because I've watched someone do 20 multis in a stream and didn't get shit.
Dude, I did 1,000 stones on Rose, didn't get shit.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Silence proof that numbers do not mean shit.
He said it, not me.
I mean, if you get full enough high numbers, eventually you're gonna get lucky. But I mean, nobody has enough money in the world to, except for Donald Trump, to pull 10,000 times to pull one card.
Look at it this way, Silent. Maybe you got that shaft because you pulled LR Broly. And since you got the shaft after that, maybe you'll get your luck back.
There's different, you know. LR Broly was a featured card, so like, and a higher percent chance than when Rose came out. So I mean,
That was a Dokkan trap. They don't care if
Exactly.
it's featured. That's a Dokkan trap.
The only reason why I even went ham on that was because I knew whenever LR Broly was gonna come back, he was not gonna be a featured card anymore. So yeah, I might as well get him now while I can.
I got shafted so bad on LR Broly. I kept pulling physical Broly's. I was like, nah, whatever. He's still good, so.
I'm not liking this talk. This Taka Sasuke.
His biggest skill is that his Amaterasu sits there for like 5 turns.
Yeah, but like if you can't, like,
Look at him.
Well, you also need to do a lot of skills that do knockback. Just keep knocking his ass back into it.
oh my god, move.
Like, come on, Sasuke, you beat Deidara one time. You can't do that shit again.
I don't like his. I just don't like his. I don't know. I don't like it.
I mostly use his
God
ninja
damn it, Obito.
ultimate.
Well, GG then.
R.I.P. Killed by Toby. Oh, never mind.
Khalifa is like the police.
I want Toby.
What happened?
Hype said Khalifa is like the police, but more strict.
It's pretty
Yep,
hard for
she's
both
probably
sides.
gonna kick your ass if she heard that.
I don't get that treatment, so I wouldn't know how to relate, but I be seeing it in the chat.
One more.
I
String.
make her want to kick my ass like a million times a day, so yeah, I know the feeling all too well. Yeah, Future, you actually have a point with Demonte using 2,000 stones on
And you can't plagiarize, probably spelled that wrong. Yeah, but that doesn't compare to Diamante's 2,000. What 2,000 stones for? What was he summoning for?
I think it was the LR Broly.
No, not even. He got it in his very first video.
It was for
Merge
Vegito Blue.
Zamasu? Oh, Vegito Blue? Oh.
What it was? God damn.
Yeah, when they first
I
came out,
think he did.
you could
Yeah, I
not
think
pull
he
them
only did
for
like
save his life.
1,000 on Merge Zamasu.
Yeah, because I know he was able to pull the fusion Zamasu. I mean, I know he was able to get him. Damn, I should have used Sasuke special.
But nothing compares to Nano on the Ant Banner. Just saying.
I just don't get these folks spending $500-$600 for one banner. For a card that people are gonna forget about as soon as the next biggest thing comes out, like a month later.
Border to Gamers Games, thanks for subscribing, man. Oops.
Well, for LR Gohan, the Ant Banner is actually a good banner to put that much into. But yeah, and other banners no.
You talking about for a chance to get the LR Gohan?
On the Ant Banner, because you get the little 2 Elder Kais and all that. That's probably some people's best chance to get them.
Well, we're probably you know how they
tedious
usually do
YouTuber.
global.
Hey,
We'll
what's
probably
up?
get one Elder Kai.
You said what?
I said, you know how they always shaft global. We'll probably end up getting just one Elder Kai off of it.
I think that was the update, like, because I know right now we don't have it, but hopefully in the future
Yeah.
we'll get 2.
Because I know, I think the Ant Gohan banner's still going on JP.
Oh, okay. Now, bro, Diamante's body is ready with 2017 for SSJ4. God damn. When I saw this, I got off.
Okay, tedious.
What do you guys feel like doing next? I'm getting
Your
tired of
Bruce.
Daydara.
Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah. Deeder.
Fuck
Either.
Daydara.
When I saw this, I got off porn as fast as I could. Wait, you saw what?
The stream.
Oh. Something tells me you probably was watching porn. I know Devin probably was.
Nope. I was watching Super.
He was watching
And
So-
K-drama.
What did you guys think of Super this episode?
he watching Sasuke Hentai.
We going yeah, man. Oh, shit. With my Tarumi?
What's Itachi again? Is he Heart?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, son, I can't really comment on the newest episode of Super because I haven't seen it. I'm still playing catch up.
You gotta watch
You
it.
gotta watch.
So we can have a we might make some discussion videos in the future.
I just, like I said, I was waiting for a bunch of episodes to come out so I could just like binge watch.
Ninetales and Sunsoon, do you want to join in?
But I am right at the end of the movie now, so I'll start moving into new territory.
Bro, my cousin smacked the luck in me because I got a SSR 1 summon, but I'm saving up my stones. Yeah, save up your stones, Hype God, man. Save it up, save it up.
Save them stones as if they were your actual stones.
Alrighty, Ninetales. Don't spoil it. I haven't watched it and will not watch until everything is out.
Yeah, like I said, I'm only at the end of where Battle of the Gods ended. So.
Dude, why watch the episode? Just watch the movie. Why go through all the hassle of the episodes? You can just watch the movie.
Well, there was a lot that was different in the anime than there actually was in the movie. So I
Yeah,
just
but
wanted to
it's
see what kind
the-
of changes there
The
was.
story is literally the same thing.
The animation was better than in the movie.
Yeah, exactly. You want to
Very
relive
much.
on episode 5.
Oh no, no, so far.
Oh man.
And I just like repeatedly watching Beerus slap Bulma and Vegeta going crazy.
Gold Weapons, hey, what's up? Who here is West?
I think that actually was a meme. It was talking about when you that moment when you slap my bitch.
Spoiler alerts. Alright, so without, well, we're not really going to be discussing about it this episode, but did you like the episode, Devin?
I quite enjoyed it.
Okay.
He got so articulate. He's like, I quite enjoyed it.
I didn't.
That's
I
my
didn't-
voice. Me not trying to spoil it.
I enjoyed the second half of the episode. Not the first half, at least.
See, I guess I'm actually ahead of myself in the anime because I've actually went and watched, like when Khalifa went Super Saiyan and Kale went Berserk, and I'm actually ahead of myself.
Bro, Dragon Ball Super 97 was so badass. I thought Caulifla was gonna fall in
I've
love
actually,
with
I went and watched when Goku went and talked to Frieza, the day when Frieza was brought back to life.
So, damn it, I can't talk about it because Gaiden. God damn it. Okay, we can talk about this later on.
How you know
There's a
who
lot
went
in there
berserk
we
on
gotta
him.
discuss one day though.
Yeah.
Especially the leak, the false leak that got debunked.
That
But I
whoever.
have theories on what still happened.
Oh, okay.
But you know, it's weird. Even with all the new episodes of Dragon Ball Super coming out and stuff, the biggest question in anime is still, is Naruto gonna die?
He's not gonna die.
I
Just,
still think he's gonna fake his death to bring out Boruto's power.
I
That's
started watching Boruto. I'm not impressed.
right. I'm not either.
So far, I am because it reminds me of the original Naruto with just less action.
No,
so far.
episode 13 reminded me a lot of the beginning of, or the episode of the flashback of Minato and the third, pretty much when they died, you know. That
Yeah, see,
it reminded me a lot of
Last
that.
episode I watched of Boruto was when Izuki first entered into the series. So I'm actually behind in it as well. I think that was like episode 12.
Guess who's back? Back again.
I did
Naruto's
get the
back.
reference. What I learned in episode 97 is, okay, that sounds really familiar. That the whole reference things. Where is that from?
I still say if they end up killing Hinata, I'm taking a trip to Japan for homicide.
Ah, they won't kill her.
To me, though, if they end up killing Naruto and Hinata, to me it just feels like just a replay of Naruto.
Is Mai still alive?
She should be.
Oh wait, who?
Okay.
I mean, she's old, but she should be.
Hey, hey,
Hey, she probably still looks good too.
No, she does still look good. That's the thing.
hey. That's all I'm gonna say.
If you could have
Her
one
and I
Kekkei
still look
Genkai,
good
what
for
would
an
you
old lady.
pick? Big Almighty Silence.
Byakugan.
Probably, yeah.
I would say the Sharingan, but it only has a 180-degree view, whereas the Byakugan has the full 360-degree view.
No, it doesn't have the full 360. You know how it's literally the back.
That's what Neji literally tells the I forgot if he told Sasuke or if it was Naruto during the Chunin exam.
I'm pretty
He
sure it
tells
was.
him literally, yeah, because he was talking to Sasuke about
Yeah,
it.
but that was a lie. Because we find out in the retrieval arc with Sasuke that he has a blind spot. They just
Yeah, but it's a
they
very
just don't
tiny
say.
blind spot.
It's a crucial blind spot.
I'm gonna say EMS, so that way.
Yeah, I
can get
think
some
it was in
Hashiramas
his
set
fight with
get the Rinnegan too.
Kidomaru
Okay.
or Kidomaru.
Or I'll just take Sasuke as when he died. Then I could be the new Sasuke.
Knowing your luck, you would be swallowed by your own eyes.
But like,
Mm.
at least the Byakugan. But you know, so what is Boruto's eye? Do you guys have any idea?
The 10th Saigon.
Is it an incomplete one?
I'm starting to think it is because if you watch the last Naruto movie, it's literally said that the 10th Saigon is made from several Byakugans. So, I don't know.
Yeah, because I always thought, because like Sasuke's Rinnegan is also incomplete, so I always thought.
Yeah, I mean, we know for a fact that it is the 10th Saigon, but we don't know if it's a complete or incomplete.
Okay. But can
I
you help
want to
with
say it's
Gaara Aaron?
incomplete since he can't control it.
All right. Yes, DJ Scream. We'll do that next. Don't worry. Damn, Daniel back at it again with that late ass person.
So how about Hanabi?
I love how they gave her so much character development in one episode, compared to freaking Tenten.
I love how she looks now. Good God.
I mean,
I don't like how Shino looks now. He looks basic.
Shino looks so gay now. But I mean, it's not like he really didn't look gay before, but he looks even gayer now.
I thought he was pretty cool with his sunglasses. What he's wearing just reminds me of damn Cyclops from X-Men. Like, you know, in the comic books, you know, like the back then where Cyclops wore the suits all the way up to his head, where so it looks like he doesn't have any hair. Yeah, see it like that.
Am I the only one that thought Kiba's mom was hot?
She only showed what, like once?
Yeah, she only showed up during the Pain Siege of Konoha.
You are not alone, but my eye has my eye.
Kiba's mom, I don't know what it is. I love the bad girls.
Reference
She
to
just looks
SpongeBob.
like an
Boys
ultimate bad
episode.
girl.
Such a little. Oh, okay, that's what it is from.
Jay like the ones who gonna put him in his place.
But there is a few things about Boruto that is confirmed. We do know that Boruto is going to have Sage Mode.
Well, yeah.
What Sage Mode, we're not really sure. I don't know if he's going to follow the snake like
Sensei
like Sasuke. Because I don't think that makes sense according that Mitsuki already has mastered the Snake Sage. Well, Dragon Sage. He actually took it one level above that. I actually think he's going to follow in Naruto and be a Toad Sage.
I don't think so.
Konohamaru has looked like 4 different people since he's been in Naruto.
If you could be one clan, what would it be?
Come on, you already know who I'm going with.
You already know you're going with the Uchiha.
What
The
is
slaughtered.
this? the slaughterhouse. So Devin will be dead because Sasuke wouldn't want him to be alive.
Devin would be dead, killed by Itachi.
Exactly.
I'm the offspring.
Either way, you're gonna be part of a dead clan. Either way you
Hey.
go.
I don't mind that.
Honestly, I've always liked the Hyuga clan just because of
Long
their
as I got
gentle
the name.
face.
I would actually say the Hyuga clan only because Neji is like my favorite character. So
Yeah, I will go with the Hyuga clan as well, just because of the whole gentle fist, pretty much, and stuff like that.
I'd either go with Hyuga or Shinji.
Oh crap.
See,
What is
I gotta
Gaara?
be Uchiha because I love so hard. You know what I mean?
What's
It
Gaara?
makes sense.
What color is Gaara, by the way?
She told me I could have her heart, so
What
I
color?
Chidori.
Yeah.
You talk about
Gaara is wisdom, purple.
Purple. Son of a bitch. The one freaking color that I don't have that many.
Bravery. You don't have that many bravery?
I only have 3, dude.
Oh shit. Well, when that bravery banner comes back around, you need to be pulling on it.
I don't know.
Hey, I need you to bring my free exotics back, man.
But you know though, one thing worries me. If Mitsu's gonna have a sage mode, Boruto's gonna have a sage mode.
Tensei
God
the
help
curse
us
bear.
if Sadara gets a sage mode.
When Boruto
Sasuke's
got in trouble, Hinata
attitude
got him.
mixed with
Yes.
Sakura's attitude mixed with sage mode. To the end of the world.
Yes, it looks like that guy's eyes from Naruto last. Yes, okay, got it. The Tenseigan. Shino had the best outfit as a kid. Exactly. Okay.
Which
Oh, crap,
one,
my-
the Shippuden outfit or the Naruto outfit? Because I was actually more partial
I like
to
them for the
Shippuden.
Naruto. I like the Naruto one. I can only remember the Shippuden.
The Shippuden one was basically it was the same thing except it had the hood over his head.
I don't know. Like it sucks that because Shino was such those characters that was just never really focused ever again. So it's like I don't remember that well.
Well, I mean, that actually, a lot of people got mad because Shino was not showcased more, but
I
I mean,
liked
it kind
him.
of went wrong.
I
It
like
went
him,
with his character as he was always ignored.
but he had so much potential. Honestly, like at least by ranking, like in the beginning, I thought obviously at the moment Sasuke would have been #1 because of his damn Uchiha bloodline, pretty much. And then I always thought,
And he was already skilled going in.
yeah, exactly. I always thought,
Praise him, Lord. Praise him, Lord.
I always thought Shino would have been like right underneath him, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the Boruto series, Shino gets a little bit of a limelight.
Oh crap, bro, Hulu's back with his exotics. Okay, damn it, I don't know what to bring then for this team.
Kakashi as the old man still looked like Kakashi.
Yeah.
Nothing changed except maybe a few wrinkles on the face.
Mitsuki
I agree,
will
Rock
have-
Lee is really strong, but if you think about it, how many times has Lee almost died? Okay, let's count.
Once.
Nope. He almost died in the Forest of Death when he tried to protect Sakura. He almost died in the Chunin exams facing Gaara. He almost got killed by Kimimaru after the Chunin exam attack.
I mean, the only one that I knew he could have been potential died would have been just with Garda. When he went up against the Sound Ninjas, you know, it's like I'm pretty sure he was just holding back. He didn't want to overexert his power and reveal his true power in it.
Well, I
pretty
mean,
much.
they pretty much had him backed into a corner. He really couldn't do anything because of
Go.
what's his name's ability.
Sora did that, man.
It
So
was
wrong.
pretty much useless.
Yes. Can I join next? Yes, Nine Tails.
It makes you wonder who's a bigger dick, Sasuke or Gaara during the Chunin exams.
It's Gaara, hands down. He could have cared less.
Yeah, Sasuke just has.
He just said, "I want to kill." Basically.
Exactly. He wanted to satisfy his mother.
Let's see who catches that one.
Wait, what? Say that again, Devin.
Never.
I think we have
And
a
I'll
lead
say this.
hater.
I've said this once, I'll say this again. For those that didn't hear me the first time, Sasuke did not beat Itachi.
Well, we
I
already
feel
know
like you
that.
brought that up because of me, but you know,
Yeah, Devin, because I know you'll swear up and down he beat Itachi.
I actually won't. I'm
Nah,
not delusional.
Yeah, exactly. I know Devin wouldn't be like all the other Sasuke fanboys that are gonna be like, no, he beat him fair and square. No. At
I'm
least
gonna break
The difference
this down.
between them and me,
exactly.
I'm gonna
With
break this
Sasuke.
down as simply as I can for them little Sasuke fanboys out there. Itachi was already dying. The fact that he still had the strength to be able to survive Sasuke's killing should have told you something right there.
well, can we give some credit to my man Sasuke for the fact that he had to make Itachi use Susanoo in
What are you
order to
talking
train.
about?
I give him credit. I give him credit for that. He made him use it. But
'Cause my
I actually
problem with
think
people who
Itachi
talk about
could
the
have
fight-
survived it even without Susanoo.
My only issue with people who try to talk about that fight is that they try to downplay Sasuke real bad.
Sasuke held his own, but if Itachi would have been at full health,
Oh
the
yes.
fight would have turned out completely different. It would have been over in like 30 seconds of the one episode.
It's
Maybe
not even
in the
about
Discord
being at
call
full
next
health.
time,
It's more so about
to
the
turn
fact that
around,
he
sorry,
wanted Sasuke to live.
That's already got
Like
it.
if
Next
he wanted
time.
to kill Sasuke, then yeah.
Well, he also, because you know the stipulation for getting the Mangekyo Sharingan.
You know I did. I mean,
That's the reason he wanted Sasuke to kill him, so Sasuke could get the Mangekyo Sharingan.
bruh.
Everybody
My
says, okay,
friend.
Naruto is Sasuke's best friend. No, Itachi was actually his best friend.
Oh, it's not his best friend. That was his brother, dude. So it was more of a
Well,
more of a,
brother friendship.
exactly.
Yeah,
So it would have. It's more. It would have been more like. It factors more compared to Naruto, pretty much.
But
Oh,
basically, the point still stands.
we don't have a healer. Shit, I should have brought a healer.
At least you do have Tobirama, who has that barrier.
Yeah, but.
Hey Trunks, Sasuke only has room on his leg for one of us, okay? Just one of us, and that's gonna be me.
Yeah, future. Itachi could have fought Sasuke if he wanted to.
Oh, we did.
Because for
GG.
one thing, Itachi already had Susanoo. If he had used it early in the fight, it would have been over with.
But honestly, the only reason why, like, okay, I know Sasuke pushed him to the Susanoo, but the only reason why he even went is because his real goal, besides him dying so Sasuke can get the EMS, was so he can just get rid of Orochimaru within it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even though this isn't a real reason, I actually think that Itachi went to Susanoo just because he wanted to test how far Sasuke's come, see if he was strong enough for for the Susanoo.
But yeah, Gaiden, you can the next time you can be in the Discord chat. And it's cool if you doze
I
off.
mean,
Dude. You
did-
go to sleep, man. You
Did
go to sleep.
y'all actually watch the Nagato and Itachi versus Killer Bee and Naruto fight?
Hell yeah.
That explains a lot right there. Since Itachi was not sick,
Oh yeah, cause he died. He came back, dude.
He was no longer sick, so he was at full power.
he just wasn't controlling his actions very well. He
You
was
know-
like semi-controlling his actions.
Out of all the cards that I have, I still like Utakata the more, honestly. Where
I like
fuck
the
is he?
fact that Utakata gets his chakra back after his ninjutsu.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I don't know why I
Okay,
like
we'll get
Yagura
jumped
so
by
much
Natsu
out of
and
all
Gray.
the other Jinchuriki.
Hey, that
don't
would
know
be an
why.
awesome fight. Sasuke versus Natsu. That would be an awesome ass fight. I don't know. I think Sasuke would win in the end, but I think it would be like a 30 episode fight.
Vijay, the song you
You
used
know-
for it remix was so well.
Because you know, Natsu refuses to give up on anything.
I just got that
Even
Naruto.
when he-
Nice, congrats.
And Devin, what was you saying about the Biju mode?
Oh, no, I was just saying I don't know why out of all the Jinchuriki, outside of Naruto, Killer Bee, you know, the main people we always saw. I don't know why I like Yagura so much.
Who?
I don't
The
really like
three-tailed,
Yagura too much.
three-tailed Jinchuriki.
Oh,
Yeah, the one that
Mizukage.
got
The
three tails after
Mizukage?
Rin. Well, actually, I think Yagura came before Rin. Because I think once Yagura died, they tried to seal the three tails
Three
inside
tails.
of Rin.
Yep. And you know how Kakashi loves to show his expression on who he likes.
Chidori.
To the heart.
I still to this day don't understand how this man got a Susanoo.
Easy. Lazy writing.
Because
That was never explained. I like how they just tried to sweep that under the rug like that.
Because
Notice
Obito gave him... He already had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito gave him the other eye during the Kaguya fight, which gave him both eyes, which enabled him to use the system.
I
You
mean,
have to have both eyes in order to use it.
Cornelius, yeah, Cornelius? I totally butchered that name. I'm so sorry, man. I totally butchered your name, but thanks for subscribing, man.
Conlius.
But then you have to be an Uchiha too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that was
Uh,
just lazy writing in the end.
I could have
No,
sworn that
not
was
really, because they also said, oh, in order to use the Sharingan, you have to be Uchiha blood.
to sustain it.
Look at
'Cause that's
you.
why he couldn't handle it as much
Yeah,
as Sasuke. was
That's why he
natural.
kept. That's why he
That's
kept
what I'm
covering
saying.
his. That's why he
It
kept
don't
covering
make
his
sense how he
eye,
got
though.
Susanoo.
I mean, for the original Sharingan, yeah, he could control it, use it for much as he wants. He didn't really have trouble with it till he started trying to mess around with the Mangekyo.
And his Mangekyo lasted way too long.
Dude, he spammed the shit out of it.
He spammed it more than Sasuke did.
Fuck yes.
He
Which
had
you
his
also
longer.
noticed, the first time he ever used it was when Gator had tried to escape after Sasori got killed. And he literally says, I haven't really practiced this too much, but here we go.
Yes, we will be doing the Kabuto events next. Well, in my opinion, not really. In what?
Which I mean, there's so much in Naruto that's really just like really unexplained.
Plot no jutsu.
Like a lot of
That's
folks
what I
don't
call it.
even know that Kushina was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails.
That's just because they don't pay attention. But
Who did you say?
Yeah, a lot of Kushina Uchiha was, Uzumaki was the first.
yeah, Jordan my side.
Kushina Uzumaki was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails.
Wasn't it the first Hokage's wife? Wasn't
Nope.
Kushina second? Yeah, she was second.
They always said that she was first, so I don't know.
Dude, they even said it in the manga that what's it called?
I never read
wife.
the manga for Naruto, so leave me alone.
Well, even in the anime, they said it too. Cause you know how the reason why she
said the first or the one before Naruto.
No, the first Hokage's wife is the first Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. That's the reason why they brought Kushina from her village to the Lee village, because of they know that the Uzumaki can handle the
Yeah, because they specialize in stealing
in
jutsu.
stealing jutsu. So they knew how much potential she had and how they have their unique way to chain the Kyuubi, you know? So that's why the first Hokage's wife wanted her to be the next Jinchuriki, which is when she was pretty much in her in the bed, pretty much dying. That's what she tells her. Yeah, you were pretty much brought here because of this. And then after that, then it was Naruto.
Cause you
What I thought he said, that, which I agree with him, I thought he said a lot of people don't know that she was the one before Naruto.
Oh.
And I was about to say, yeah, they definitely don't pay attention if they don't know that.
He said he said the other one.
a lot of folks don't know that Naruto actually knows the Reaper Death Seal.
Bro, I'm gonna kick my friend's ass. He has LR Majin Vegeta, LR Broly, LR Frieza, and LR Goku. God damn.
I mean, the Reaper Death Seal is a Uzumaki clan jutsu. I mean,
About a KMS.
Wrong.
how
Kushina was the
Minato actually
second,
knew
yeah.
that? How Minato knew it? I'll never know.
Kabuto's heart, right?
Yeah, Kabuto's heart.
I don't like this Sasuke though. God damn it.
That moment when Naruto does massive Rasengan barrage on Kurama.
Oh, that was awesome. But I thought
Hey, that was an
Madara
awesome
was.
ass
I thought Madara was the first Naito Jinchuriki. I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure he was just the first person to control.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot of folks they'll argue me down when I say this. When Naruto was a baby and the Nine Tails attacked, he was summoned by Madara. He was controlled using the Sharingan.
Obito. It was by Obito.
Everybody looks at the mask that he was wearing when he fought against Minato, and he's like, "Oh no, that was Obito. I see him wearing that in the Great Ninja."
Is Lawrence joining you on this one?
That was fucking
Yeah, go ahead, Lawrence.
Madara.
Just letting you know though, I'm not gonna be using the stone, so we need a stall big time. At least, damn it, I wish Alex was here. I forgot which stage. Is it stage 1 or stage 2 where we usually
Now,
stall?
Madara was just the first one that was able to actually do a summoning jutsu and actually summon the Nine Tails.
But yeah, Lawrence, you can go ahead and join. Or
And during the attack,
Kone, or you can join
that's when
too.
Minato sealed half of the Nine Tails inside of Naruto. Which I think that's kind of funny. You don't learn till the end of Shippuden, when during the Great Ninja War, that he only sealed half of the Nine Tails inside of Naruto.
Yep.
And that's actually supposed to be the good half.
Let me Google it. No, it was Madara. I don't think Madara was the first Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I'm sure he was the
wasn't.
he was the
just
first one to
be able
control it.
Summon it.
He was the first one to control it.
Yeah, because that's he was able to control it through Genjutsu.
Oh,
which
was it?
is,
Okay.
Uchiha specialty.
I was about to say, I don't think he was ever a Jinchuriki until
The 10 tails, yeah.
Which I think it's funny that Ten Tails' true identity or true form was a tree.
After the last one, check out my remix. Already hype god. When Madara attacked the village, when Hashirama, he was the first to control the Kyuubi with a Sharingan. Yes. Obito was the one fighting Lord Third. Kaguya was.
I think you mean Lord Fourth.
Huh?
I think he meant fourth, not third. Minato was the fourth Hokage, not the third.
Galakir, what up?
Well, I guess you can say that it was Obito, but at the time he was using the name Madara, so.
True.
Just a name, bro.
Wife was the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Yes, exactly. I was right. Gogeta, what up, man?
Yeah, because this is the way it played out. When a Jinchuriki is pregnant, that's when she is most vulnerable.
Yes.
And Obito / Madara
What up, Gogeta?
used that to his advantage to summon the Nine Tails.
That is true. Yeah, fourth, my
That's
bad.
something that they do not tell you in the anime and manga. You got to do research to find that shit out.
After this, can I play? Yes, go, you can play after this.
The saddest thing in Naruto is when you see Kurama shed a tear. Whenever, I think it's actually, it was a side story whenever, or it might have been a flashback when the Sage of Six Paths was telling all the tailed beasts that it was his time to go. Kurama actually shed a tear.
Man, I enjoyed Kurama when he was a kid. The baby Kurama. He was so
looks
damn
cute.
adorable.
All the tailed beasts were so adorable when they were little. Especially, I can't remember the Two Tails' name. He just looked like a little small blue kitten.
Crap, I forgot it. I forgot the name too.
What is it, Makutabi or whatever it is? No, but I'm like,
Welcome
when I
back,
first
Robert.
saw that, I was like, oh my god, we're seeing another side to Kurama. I still can't believe that supposedly the half of the Nine Tails is sealed in Naruto was supposed to be the good half.
Alrighty then.
If that's the good half, what is the bad half like?
GeoNix34, thank you for subscribing, man. That one was ugly. My name is going to be Kawaki. Nice.
That's another mystery to Boruto. Who the fuck is Kawaki really? 'Cause if you ask me, he kind of looks like Naruto and Sasuke.
Oh, come on. This
All I heard was
don't get
Sasuke.
in there.
I said how Kawaki, I said who is he really? Because he kind of looks like Naruto and Sasuke. Which kind of supports the idea that that's the one of Orochimaru's
Can you say that second name one more time for me?
Never mind, you're right. Madama's Night Tail belongs to
Itachi.
Mito Uzumaki first. That was her name, Mito.
Hey, I like the Tatu. Tatu is my third favorite character, so you know.
Who's the second?
Madara.
All
You and
Uchihas.
the fucking Uchiha.
Yeah.
Mine was my first one before we got introduced to Itachi and all of them. All the Uchihas pretty much. Was Garda, just because of his coldness and stuff like that.
Outside of Uchiha's though, my second favorite was Neji. That was my man. That's why I was kind of upset when he died.
Okay, I have to say in the original Naruto before we got into Shippuden.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Yes.
all Naruto series. It was Garda for sure.
I guess my favorite would probably be Neji first, even though he was an asshole. Hinata would probably be second, and third would probably be Shikamaru.
Well, I was just talking about guys.
Well, okay, if we're just talking about guys, then it would be Neji, Shikamaru, and just for the hell of it, because I relate to him so much, Choji.
You're that strong, man? Goddamn.
I played
And
football
now
in high school.
Shikamaru's here.
Hey, Shikamaru was, besides Neji, and it was a really close race between Neji and Shikamaru. Especially when moving into Shippuden. That's when I really started liking Shikamaru better.
I enjoy Shikamaru in the Shippuden for sure.
Because even though he was lazy and everything, he was like one of the smartest people.
He was. Jeremiah Ross, what's up, man? I'm new to this. How do I awaken Rock Lee to 6-star? You gotta use the Awakening Scrolls, Emmanuel. But yeah.
Because I actually, I had to explain to someone. They're like, "Oh, how did
Shikamaru become Chunin when he didn't even win his fight in the Chunin exams.
It wasn't about winning though.
Because yeah, it's because he showed his ability to judge when the fight's over.
True. Do the thing I notice about Naruto, they always have sad moments. Yes, they do. Shikamaru Nara. Talking about Shikamaru, nice. What up, man?
Yeah, speaking of sad moments, let's see. Neji's death, Jiraiya's death.
Are you doing S missions? Yes, Juju. we are.
Sasuke's life.
Yeah, look at Team 7. We
You
got
know the best part
Fangirl.
about Sasuke though is that he did lose an arm.
I think it's funny
Was
that
that
folks
supposed to be a
argue-
joke?
People,
I didn't
folks
find
will
that
argue
funny.
you down that Sasuke was never part of the Akatsuki.
Did anyone actually like Kiribito?
Hold on, wait, what?
Who the hell's Kiribito?
Is that supposed to be Obito when he was a kid?
That's what I'm assuming, right?
Or did you mean like Kimimaro or one of them?
I don't know. Cause I sure did. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, Kid Obito was basically Naruto in the past. Kakashi was Sasuke.
Oh, okay.
and
So
he
yes,
was
Emmanuel, I guess you
Sakura.
need the belts from the 4-star Lee events then. My bad. Thank you, Gaiden.
Yeah, you have to get 5 of the ankle weights.
Can you max Kabuto's luck? I mean, I can
Yep.
try. No guarantee though.
5-star, get him to 80, then awaken him to a 6-star, then take him the rest of the way.
I'm out already, Oscar. I'm at 85 luck on Kabuto. Nice. Watching
I
on
will
TV,
say one thing
nice.
about Kakashi is good the way he turned out because he could have been worse with the way his father went out.
Hell yeah.
Because that's a big
Yeah, and
emotional
that's-
scar right there.
I hated that we only saw his father one time.
Man, I just hated the
when
fact that he.
when he was supposed to die,
Yeah.
Yep.
and they brought him back again.
Freaking guy. Poor guy.
They brought Kakashi back so many
That
times.
episode ended right when Kakashi supposedly died. Everybody's like, "Oh no, Kakashi died." I was like, I'm the only one standing there like, "That motherfucker ain't dead." It takes more than that to kill Kakashi.
No, like, okay. In the anime, it was obvious, you know, with the whole Kakashi thing. But in the manga, the way it ended, holy crap. I legit thought, I'm like, no, they did not just kill off Kakashi.
I mean, it's not that. It's just like I'm just sitting there. I know better. I've seen what Kakashi's been through. It takes more than that to put his ass down for real.
It wasn't just that, it's just in the anime, it was totally obvious. I mean, besides the fact that I knew, you know, what was going to happen. But in the anime, it was totally obvious that he survived it. In the manga, it was totally different because it was blacked out, pretty much. So it was just shaded all black, and all you see is just a little pin go right through. You see the blood splatter out, and you just see his body just go down, pretty much, you know? So it's like, it was totally, you didn't expect it.
Juju, if you actually believe that, you know nothing of Naruto.
You know what it probably is for me? It's just I'm salty that Kakashi lived after he was supposed to die. My guy lived after he 8 games
No.
supposed to kill you.
I hate that guy.
Thank you, Naruto.
I hate that guy
And then they kill off
survived.
Neji.
Like, okay, I don't hate that guy survived. I just hate that he literally got handicapped for the rest of his life. You know, that was a good way for him to die.
Oh
No.
yeah, just like Lee was supposed to never be able to fight again after the Gaara fight.
Guys, you know that Nagato was an Uzumaki. Yes, the red hair says it.
See, I can
He
relate
said
with Rock Lee
was
with that.
not Uzumaki. You
No.
read that wrong, Silent.
No,
He
I'm
said
reading.
was not a.
No, I'm reading. Angry
Oh,
Alosi
never mind. I didn't see
Roland.
the comment above it.
Yeah.
My bad. I was reading the one below it.
No, because there's actually folks that will argue you
My
down
man
saying
said,
that
yo, son,
Nagato
chill,
was
yo.
not a Uzumaki.
Yo, son, chill, yo. Nagato's a Uzumaki. Yes. Yo, watch
Yeah,
it
the
all
reason-
500
like I said,
episodes.
The only reason I said it because there's folks that will argue about it, saying that he was not a.
Ah,
So Gara
William.
is Uzumaki.
Yeah, you got me on that one. You got me on that one. Oh, man. You got me on that one, though.
I didn't even catch that, so good catch.
But yeah, that's it for me. I'm just mad that they let so many people live, but they got rid of Neji. I don't even care about the.
I know,
He's
right?
free now. He gets to be free. He don't got to be under the little curse thing. But still,
Because I
that's
actually
some fucking
wanted to see
bullshit.
what would have happened when Neji and Tenten had a child.
like
Oh, I know.
he can't. I want him to be at Hinata's wedding.
My phone was 10
Yeah,
seconds off. Did you answer?
Like I said, tell everybody. Just when I thought I was done crying over Neji's death, Hinata brings his ass up in the wedding.
My favorite Pokemon?
Mimikyu. It's like no.
Umbreon is my favorite.
Hey, I used to love Umbreon. Though.
I
That's my
prefer-
favorite.
I preferred Espeon. If we were talking about shiny, I would have chosen Umbreon.
No, I like, because
Yeah.
everybody's like, oh, Umbreon is the weakest of all the evolutions. I was like, not really. It's just his base stat, his highest base stat is his speed. He's the fastest of all the evolutions.
Exactly.
I think
so we-
Espeon at that time, back in the old days, was supposed
Yeah.
to be the best.
Exactly.
But I like Umbreon so much, really, because of Gary's.
He's a descendant.
I like
of the-
Umbreon, and I never could get an Umbreon in the games. I would even evolve my Eevee at night and still get fucking Espeon. Like, this game is rigged. So I just caught me a wild Umbreon.
Mega Charizard X. Hell yeah. He was badass.
Now that was actually, I agree that was a good Mega Evolution, the way they made Charizard look.
I pretty much just looked at it like it's supposed to be the shiny Charizard, but just a few moderations.
Yeah, I mean, I love the flames coming out the side of his
I
mouth.
mean, it still looks dope, but
William Rollins, thanks for subscribing, man.
The one Mega Evolution I hate is what they did to Gengar. They turned him into a pink puff.
I thought he was pretty cool. His Mega Evolution.
oh, he would. I know. What I'm saying is like the color scheme is basically the same as the shiny Charizard, just a few different modifications.
Oh, we were talking about Gengar.
I thought I heard Charizard. I was still on Charizard.
Mega Alakazam is awesome.
Most of the Mega ones I enjoyed. Not all. Like the
I didn't
freaking-
like
what's-
Mega Mewtwo.
Which variation?
First one.
Wait, which was
I
the
would like
first
to
one?
see
Is that X or
the
Y?
one where
The small
the
one?
one where he looks like a little kid.
Yeah, the small one.
I didn't like that variation. Now, see, I'd like to see.
Nope,
the
Juju
legendary
Bean, that
set
is
up.
absolutely natural.
Is it bad to play on 2 Naruto accounts? No. I have like 5 globals and 3 JP.
I can't say nothing. I mean, because of Dokkan, but we ain't gonna get into
Pikachu
that.
needs a Mega Evolution.
You said Pikachu?
Yes.
Sun and Moon's Ash is just disgusting. His design is like a toddler. But then again, Ash has never aged. I mean, I thought they were getting past that because in the X and Y series, you can tell he grew up, as in like got taller at least a little bit. And then we get freaking Sun and Moon, and he's like, what the hell happened?
When you
He
thought the
ages-
kiss was
he
going to
had-
change something.
For real.
He's got Saiyan blood. He ages like a Saiyan.
I will say, I said this before, but I just feel like, even though I don't necessarily like his new design, it fits the Pokemon series, that specific Pokemon series.
I have.
Well,
Better
see, the
than
Not
one
seen it,
thing,
I've
the
never
only
seen it.
reason I watch Sun and Moon is because there's rumors going around that Serena is supposed to show back up.
No, she is.
Actually,
They already
I
said
want to see how that's gonna play out.
She was supposed to come back to the new Pokemon. They even said it because there was an interview saying, "Oh, is Serena gonna come back?" And the actor that plays, well, the voice actor said that yeah, she should be coming back in the next one. She just won't be, like the main.
Yeah, I
person
just
right
want to
off.
see how that's going to play out.
So are they
according
gonna
to how
change her
how
design
she
too?
left.
I have no idea. All I know is that yeah, she is gonna be back on that. That's for sure.
Yeah, I just like I said, you see how she left Ash. I want to see what it's going to be like when she returns.
I don't know. I preferred May out of all of the girls.
I actually prefer Dawn.
Mm. I don't know about that. Vegeta, I wonder who made a better remix, me or you? Assigned Vegeta didn't tweet it to him. Okay. Yes. I'll let you
Oh,
know
I-
after I check.
I
would,
actually really like Misty because of Misty song, but that's old news.
Misty
Dude,
was
that's how you know-
annoying.
Yo, y'all know that song though.
Misty was the most annoying
See
out
you,
of
guy.
all of them, in my opinion.
Good night. Alrighty, man. Good night, Gaiden. Take care.
See you later.
Can I
bro.
join next? Yes, Ninetales, you can. Damn it. I guess I go up to these two up here.
But yeah, that song hit me somewhere.
It hit you below the belt, probably.
Nurse
Yeah,
Joy
Nurse-
Forever. Nice.
All of them, especially the one from.
Hey, hold on. I gotta ask guys, which Nurse Joy?
All of them.
That's just like saying which Officer Judy.
All of them.
Did you hear what's coming out next week on Friday?
Thousands.
No, I have not. What's coming out next week? Are you talking about the what's it called? Shisui? If so, then yes.
I think he's talking about the CM2 Sasuke.
Oh, that too. Then yes.
I
Can I
might
join
start
next?
playing,
Yes, Ninetales, you can
Naruto.
join next.
Just because CM2 Sasuke's coming out. Hey, if you want to try it, go be my guest. But if you haven't been playing for a while and actually got characters you can use, you're gonna get raped by Sasuke.
That sounds good to me. I would just want all the sauce.
Okay, and this conversation's taking a weird turn.
I would just want all the sauce caves. I would just collect. That would be my purpose.
I could see Devin being like the collector, catching Sasuke and locking
Shisui
him
is
up
awesome
in
too.
a cage.
Yes. I'm in. Welcome back, Super Saiyan or Super
Now,
Saiyan.
the Shisui that's coming out, the body Shisui and the Ninja Road, which I hope I get to see Silent actually try Ninja Road.
Mm.
But he is actually a really good body unit.
Yo, Devin, how many stones do you have, and how many accounts for SS34s?
Too many accounts to count.
For reals. But yes, Super Saiyan, you can join in next along with Ninetales and
Now, Silent, and I'm gonna tell everybody this: if you're gonna on global, when Ninja Road comes out, Map 19 is gonna be the hardest thing you've ever faced. You have to fight pretty much all the Kages all the Kages of the Hidden League. Minus Kakashi and Naruto.
Naruto's nickname is
But,
Saiyan.
You have to, each enemy, you have to kill them with the type that they're strong against. Like, say, Heart, you have to beat them with a skill unit. Skill, you have to beat them with body, and so on and so forth.
Yes, Robert, I read your last comments. I like.
Or you... Oh,
Actually,
hold on, wait, what?
oh,
I
no,
was never about to answer. I would just say what on my main account, since that's the account I care about the most. I have just a little bit over 1,100.
a little bit.
When the
Motherfucker,
sale
what,
comes,
what happened to
I-
600? What the heck?
Well, last time I said it was like what
I thought you said
a
600.
week
And,
ago, and I said I had 800 or something. stones.
Yeah, and then didn't you spend like 100 stones on?
That was before I said that to him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was tripping out. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, Hype. Thanks for reminding me. Hype. I'll go watch that video later on, and I'll say what I think.
No problem, Super Saiyan. It sucks because free to play has no chance. Theoretically,
That's not
this account was a free to play up until yesterday.
That's not true because I am completely free to play, and I dominate pretty much all events. I just don't go pulling on every single banner that comes out.
That's hard to believe.
Right, they're coming from you?
Shut up, Silent. Dokken's a different story.
I almost let that go over my head, then I would have to catch it and bring it back and be like, huh?
No, because what I do since I have JP, I can get my urges out on JP.
Okay.
So once it comes to global,
So you don't have a JP Dokkan?
I did. I do have a JP Dokkan, but I haven't played on it in a while.
See, maybe you need to be summoning on that so that you don't even have to stay away from your global one.
See, the reason I pull on banners on JP Blazing is so I can pull.
Super Saiyan. Huh.
No, it's so I can pull on. And it's completely free to play as well. But I pull on that and pull the units that are supposed to be the featured units. I can test them out on my JP to see if they're even worth me pulling on mobile.
Oh man, hell, Devin, that's before the super sales from the 2 years. For reals, holy shit.
I'm gonna have to calculate how many summons this is too.
Which
lot.
I'm actually gonna be pulling on the KMC2 Naruto because he is.
But I might
really
not
good.
even use all of them. I might, because I actually want to summon coolers and Super 17. So if I pull Goku,
Oh yeah, the physical
and Vegeta
cooler is supposed to
early,
be coming
I'm
out
just
after.
gonna be like, shoot, I'm done.
I don't know if I'm gonna pull on the physical cooler or not.
I don't know. I want to pull on Super 17, that's for sure. But on the
You said
physical
you know you
cooler,
not.
I know I'm not.
You don't want to be my Super 17 partner?
But I'll for
I
sure
don't
be
really
pulling
have-
on the physical
I
cooler.
don't have no interest in Super 17.
I don't have that many good extreme units for it. That's why.
No, I will say this, because we have like how many months before that comes? If JP gets a banner that has Super 17 and other good units on it, I'll just pass it. Because there's no point in summoning on that one if
Yeah.
he's going to come back at a better rate later.
Exactly.
I just know so far he hasn't shown that. That's why.
Well, you notice like a few months always release a banner that has better rates on everything. So I'm actually wondering if they're going to do that with SSJ4.
Well, they've been doing it with
Goku.
You can get Goku on
3 different fucking banners. His
especially
own
the
banner.
Gogeta one.
Yeah, and
That's where
especially
you can get a lot of them.
yeah.
You can get
Yeah,
Vegeta
see,
again.
I'm
before
actually
that.
wondering,
You can get
like,
Vegeta on
If
Super
they're going to
17,
put
unless you skip
the I'm actually wondering if they're going to put the SSJ4s into the mono-type banners.
Free to play, that sucks. I will use level 110 level giant Rasengan Naruto and Conan. Alright.
I doubt they do that until like a lot of time passes.
Yeah, now I'll admit it's gonna be a while because it actually took them a while to put Broly and Vegito and Gogeta in them. It took them a couple of months before they ever put Vegito into the mono AGL banner.
Yeah, exactly. Making Super 17 suffer because you ain't got Rose. Put some respect on Super 17 name.
I still can't believe it. One shot Naruto is stronger than the full power. William, where'd you hear that at? Because it's not true.
God damn, that hit. Oh shit. All right.
Did you ever
I'm
read
just-
Robert's last comment?
I'm sitting
The
here
one if
trying
you
to
can join
figure out
next,
how
yeah.
I'm gonna break the
Okay.
Sarah's
I would just
missing
make
down
sure.
into more than one video.
Lion Hero One Studio, thanks for subscribing, man. Okay, damn it, there was other people that wanted to join. I know Saim was one. Who was the other one before Lawrence though?
I don't know. You didn't tell me to keep track of it. So.
Oh no, I'm just talking to myself. Oh, Ninetales.
The
There we
first
go.
sign, the first sign of rose denial.
I'm not denying it, man. I'm not denying it though. I know I didn't get him.
Devin, you got me doing it now.
It's just a slow depression kill inside. That's all it is.
Lawrence, if you don't mind waiting for the next one, that you for sure are gonna get it because it's Ninetales and Siam that are next. So let me know when you guys are both in. I know Ninetales' name was 9. Siam, I believe yours was Kawaki, I believe? Was it? Or was that someone else? No, I think that was someone else. No, yeah, yours was just Siam, okay. My phone lost internet connection. Did anyone read my last comments? Was it about the Mega Charizard being your favorite color and so powerful?
He said,
Yes.
Vegeta, what was your old remix about? Which one?
Yes, Robert, I read it.
Oh, you talking about the Bleach and Rurouni Kenshin?
I still can't believe that One Tail Naruto is stronger than Naruto with full Nine Tails power. I never heard of that. Come on, son, don't make Super 17 suffer because you don't have those. That's
Oh,
not
I
even-
forgot all about Tech Angel Goku and all Mad Saiyans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm skipping Super 17.
What happened? I thought you weren't.
I'm after SSJ4s, I'm only going for 2.
Yeah, so
Before
after.
Gogeta. So sorry, Super 17, bro. Sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I wanted.
Yeah. Well, with me, Super 17 is more like I don't have any good AGLs Extreme. Literally, the only one that I have are gonna be the LR Androids, which is probably staple for that. But other than them, it's the the Golden Frieza. That's literally it.
Hey, the only extreme AGL I have is Golden Frieza.
I just feel bad for Ant Kid Boo. He ain't gonna get no love at all.
I'm sticking
Actually,
with my
I'll pull on him, cause I have Buhan. So like, yeah.
I'm sticking with physical Kid Buu.
I didn't think that banner was that great at all. So.
Vegeta, what was your old remix about? Kawaii was
Hey, I
really
pulled my physical
not
Kid
Kawaii.
Buu out of a mono
Kawaii.
physical bag.
Kawaii, nice. Okay, Sunsoon, do you mind getting the next one with Lawrence? Cause I believe Saim was next.
Oops, not Kawaii.
Oh, I know, I saw that too. Oops, not Kawaii, Kawaki.
You're
Kawaii
you're
was you.
Kawaii. You're Kawaii.
But yeah, Sunsoon, do you mind waiting for the next one? You can join along with Lawrence, if that's okay with you.
I already know I'm skipping Broly's banner. I'm sorry.
To my SSJ3 Broly.
Yeah.
So you mean like in like 6 months from now?
I might do a few.
That's like
single
7.
songs on it.
Well, 7. There you go.
Because if it
I guess-
Gogeta is 5 months away.
So there you go.
Like I
Man.
said, I'm probably gonna do maybe a few singles on it, but nothing real big.
Oh yeah, I could see me doing singles. Like 10 stones.
Congrats, Emmanuel.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
the
I,
only way I would probably pull on it more is if I actually just pulled the SSJ3 Broly. And
like
I
I,
just wanted to
part
put
of me wants to pull on the Tanks back. I mean the physical Gotenks one too. But I feel like
Yeah, that one is haunting me at the moment because I'm like, do I really want to pull on this?
When I type fast, I sometimes fails. Don't worry.
I just feel like some
Yeah,
units I'd just rather wait for.
Oh, be right
Yeah,
back. I gotta
but,
go
I
eat
mean,
my
the-
late night
The
cookies.
physical Goatink is really, it's really tempting.
No, what am I talking about? I don't got Vegito Blue on my main account.
That's what I'm saying.
Why am I even worried about this?
You're getting ahead of yourself, man.
I gave up on Vegeta.
I feel like I
Blue a
already
long
got
time
him.
ago.
So I was like, hold up. I forgot that's another account.
Like I said, I gave up on Vegito Blue a long time ago. He keeps avoiding me.
Oh no, I was lucky. I was able to get him within my third multi, in the free
He's
one.
like, he's just sitting there
yeah,
like,
third one.
why'd you have to pull my super version before me?
Alrighty, Michael, take care,
Look.
man.
I got lucky and pulled Super Vegito on a single.
Okay, can I get next at least before I go to bed? Yes, Sunsoon. Oh, this is bad. We don't have any healers.
Past mistakes come back to haunt you.
See, I originally started playing Dokkan when the little Christmas banners was up.
That's when they
They
officially
They
came
was
back.
giving out the candy canes.
Yeah.
I started playing Dokkan back when it first came out. Then I
Oh, well, we
uninstalled
died.
it
That was
because I thought
GG.
it-
So I was
fuck.
lucky though, because I was able to start the game on a multi summon, and I got
Hype, I already
Super
read
Saiyan
it.
3 Goku, Super Saiyan 3 Agility Goku,
I want to bring a healer.
Gogeta,
at least.
and
Hold on,
Super
give me a
Vegeta.
second.
off my first multi ever in the game. So that's lucky.
Yeah. Like I said, I started playing Dokkan when it first came out, and I uninstalled it because if you think events come slow now, you should have seen back when it first came out.
No, I heard the
It's
rates for cards back then was way worse.
On Dokkan,
It
yes.
was.
I heard
I
that
heard
too.
it was
Oh
nightmarish.
my god! You had like a 0.00001% chance of pulling a feature card.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Damn it. Who was it with that I was playing with right now? Fuck. I believe it was Ninetales and Siam.
I'm gonna have to start writing these down for you, Silent.
Ninetales and Siam. Do you guys mind waiting so I can get Sunsun because he's about to go to sleep, and so that way he can just play before he goes to sleep, along with Lawrence. Then you guys can come back.
Hype, I read your comment. Which mix are you talking about? Are you talking about the Bleach and Rurouni Kenshin one?
Oops. Ooh, that was so close. That was so close.
He said the Centuries remix.
Yeah, I mean I read that too. The Century, is this the one that you're talking about? Hype card. Okay. Lawrence Williams, if you're still here,
Oh yeah, Century. That was the Bleach and Rurouni Kenshin one.
but
Make a
yeah.
Yu Yu Hakusho one.
Dude,
I thought about
yes,
it,
Do it
but
for
I
me.
was
yes, make a Yu Yu Hakusho.
And like
God,
insert a
I
picture
gotta go back.
of
I
me
gotta go
on
back
you,
in time.
Yusuke's face.
Heck
Yeah,
no.
not tonight.
You can take Hiei. You know.
I'll take
Yeah.
Yoko Kurama actually. 'cause
Really?
it's
Oh, okay.
beautiful.
You'll take Yoko.
Absolutely beautiful.
I honestly
would
thought
take
you would
Yoko.
take Hiei.
Nah, I'm a Kurama guy after Yusuke.
Are you fucking serious? The game crashed, motherfucker. Damn it! I just wasted my stamina. I hate when that happens. It's so-
Hold up, what you trying to say? I like a lot of dark characters. Solid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just because I like Sasuke.
Yeah, the second
Yes.
character, you know, the second main badass
No,
character.
no.
You know,
No,
like
you don't
at
like,
least-
you don't like bad characters. You like emo characters.
at least I like Hiei over Kurama because Hiei was such a badass, you know. That's why I would have assumed you were gonna go for Hiei because, you know, Sasuke was that variation for him, and Hiei was just pretty much damn badass. I always enjoyed Hiei.
Well, see, sometimes for me, it's more of the cool, calm, and collected type personality.
Ah, okay.
Okay, y'all. I will do a Yu Yu Hakusho one, but you're gonna have to give me a while to dig back into the archives to find a good.
That's why I like Shishomaru. Inuyasha so much.
Hey,
Hell yeah,
Shomer-
Sushomer was badass.
he's God. He's God.
Okay.
Even though Inuyasha beat him, he is still God.
Sun Tzu, come back in. My app crashed for some reason. I hate the fact that that happened, and then boom, my freaking
His Saiga
stamina
is
just goes down drain.
One takes life and one gives life.
Who's your favorite heart character? I'm only gonna be biased because I only have one good heart character, which is Darui.
My favorite is probably Ninja Road Conan, who Silent could have had, but he just
That's like
refused
saying-
to do Ninja
Hey,
Road.
Silent, who's your favorite villain character? Oh, I'm only gonna say this because I don't have Rose. But
Wait, what? Did I miss something?
You missed a big joke.
Wait, was it in the comments or was it just you
No,
guys?
what Devin just said.
Oh yeah. No, I mean I heard.
he just wipes it off now. It deflects off of him right now.
Yeah.
You done so many Rose jokes it doesn't even phase him anymore.
He absorbs it.
Like how Rose does, you know.
Okay,
Nerf
well, Silent.
B, thanks for subscribing, man.
Well,
And hey,
ironically,
welcome to the
that's also
stream.
what Super 17 does, so maybe you should think about that.
Yeah, but I don't have any good AGL extreme type, so nah, I'll skip it.
Was that a voice crack?
So nah, I'll skip it.
So Silent, what's your favorite body character then?
I don't have one. I'll take this Sakura that's right here. You know that health one.
I was just gonna
That
say,
free one?
you say you don't have one yet. I'm looking at Toby Rama right now.
Yeah, but I mean he's only good when it comes to the barrier. I don't have him limit break. You know he's not in that. I haven't done his whole limit thing, so it's not really that good. And I honestly don't like the Taka version of Sasuke in this game. I thought his Chidori one was gonna attack all, but it's just one person. That's why. So it's like, oh man.
Yeah, his they shafted him so bad. Can you say me when Ninja Road comes to global? No, Ninja Road is next week.
Can you say me when Ninja Road comes to global?
So when is your
next week.
anniversary? It's in July too, right? At the
This Friday.
Oh wow! And it's just the first anniversary.
Yeah,
Why did I
Dokkan
think it was
came
out
out-
longer than that?
for reals, right?
Dokkan came out like a year before Blazing did.
One Piece came out 2 years before Dokkan. No, One Piece
that is-
Global came out the same year as the JP Dokkan.
I'm not surprised. 'Cause
Yeah.
That
One Piece-
explains why One Piece is a year behind in time.
Man, that's what I hate though. One Piece is 1 year behind from Global to JP, but the only thing that I like about in the Global version is that we get their new updates, like server-wise, you know, like nicely mechanics. We get them way ahead of them.
Yeah, see, it's like One Piece is a year behind. Dokkan is like 6-7 months behind. Blazing is a week behind. What does that tell you?
I actually don't mind being a couple months behind, just so I know what event's coming on.
Exactly, just so I can like save up, you know.
I mean, I like how Blazing is only a week behind.
No, I'm
I
saying
mean, you don't
for Naruto
really have
maybe
to
it works,
wait.
but for Dokkan I don't think that would be as
No, because, I mean, if you for Dokkan, I mean, it doesn't really give you time to play around with the new characters that you actually get. Because Blazing's always coming out with harder and harder freaking events.
Really, is it really hard once you get the 120% lead though?
Which game? We
Well,
should talk about now.
I can't say nothing because I haven't. The Orochimaru event hasn't come out yet. But once that
Nazmia,
event
hey,
comes
what's up?
around, once that event comes around and I actually play through it a few times, I'll let you know.
Oh, but what I was gonna say is I'm not surprised about One Piece because for some reason they capitalized on the popularity of One Piece.
Hell yeah.
Compared to Naruto and Dragon Ball Z.
Heck
Because
yeah.
even on the little browser game, that Naruto Online, One Piece Online was up way before that.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Naruto Online is fun as hell because I love how you can build combos.
Who do you get?
Actually, I
Clutch
loved
by?
One Piece Online when I used to play it.
See, I played One Piece Online, I played Naruto Online, I played
Well,
Bleach
let me
Online.
correct myself. I played One Piece Online too. I didn't play the first one.
I played the first one. Bleach Online was actually pretty fun.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
that
have
was
a damn
awesome.
Pearl
Okay.
for anniversary.
I
God
couldn't
damn.
touch that one though. Like
Now,
it was
there's a
too
new game
too
that-
much stuff out on that one. By the time I decided I was gonna try it.
Yeah, now I admit there was some game mechanics that I just really did not like about Bleach Online. But for all in all, it was actually a pretty good game.
Hype God, what do you mean by Putch? By on DBZ.
Now see, there's another Naruto game that's on phones that came out way before Blazing did, and a lot of folks don't know about it. It's called Ninja Legends.
Wasn't that good?
No, it's a really good game. It's a gacha style game
I really liked it.
where you actually have to build your village and shit like that. And you actually, it's multiplayer
Why you
online.
say it like that, though?
Okay, 200. Thanks for subscribing, man.
I mean, it was a really good game, but because it used to be on Facebook when it first came out, and then
Oh, we
after
did.
years of it being on Facebook, it got to where folks wasn't playing it on Facebook; they was playing the mobile.
Hey, it
version.
was good, Vegito.
So they
Vegeta, what up?
So
Yeah,
they
I'm
took
not
it off
using a Pro.
Facebook and just released it on.
Oh, bam! There you go. My man said Ninja Legends is lit.
I have Ninja Legends. Alright. It got deleted from the App Store. Oh, it did?
Yep, you have to go to the main website to get it now.
You see, I can wait either 2 minutes and a half, or I can use a stone. I mean, a pearl.
There's another game that was on Facebook, and it still pisses me off to this day that they took it off.
That's actually.
called
Did you meet Rhyme Style while you was over there?
Huh?
Oh yeah, I
Vegito
forgot to
said,
ask
"Did you meet Rhyme Style while you was at the event?"
So, Vegito, I'm gonna tell you just what happened.
He got shafted.
Pretty much, yeah.
Vegito or Broly?
Did you
Huh?
actually enter the tournament?
No,
or did you
okay.
just go
Oh,
to the event?
right. I never told you guys. Okay, so like, I got the email like what two days prior before the event, and they said come between 5 and 5:30, right? Try to make it here between 5 and 5:30 because it is first come first serves, and the event didn't start till 6, so it makes sense, right, to try to be there early. So I left because I'm about, assuming traffic, I'm like 2 hours away from LA, you know. Assuming traffic, because if traffic is hectic, it can be up to 3 hours, you know. So I ended up leaving before 3 o'clock, so it was around like 2:50 something to be exact. So like, I got there, I got to the line and all that. So there was 2 people in front of me. The person in front of me also didn't get in because the person that was in front of the person that was in front of me, the second guy, he was the last person to get in. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, the reason why it bugged me, it wasn't because, no, okay, it wouldn't have bugged me as much if it wasn't literally 2 people away from me, you know? So, if it was like 10 people in front of me, then I'll be, okay, it's whatever. But no, it was 2 people, one person, the person in front of me got more annoyed than I did. That's for sure, because he drove from far away. He drove at least a good, I think he said either 5 hours away. I think he was from North California. So I was like, God damn. I just drew, for just 2 hours. But I didn't get that annoyed as much, but I did get annoyed. And then I was gonna go to the anime expo that for Funimation that's free for any people that doesn't have a badge. But the problem with that is it started for some reason. I think it said at 12 a.m. and it was gonna close either at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. But I'm like, what am I gonna do for the next 7 hours here? So I ended up coming home, and then this is where I got annoyed. There was a major fucking accident in the freeway that I need to take to go back home. So I was stuck in traffic for 3 freaking full hours, barely moving, and I was just like, ugh. And that was my day.
Please, Silent.
That was my day.
If I would actually just went ahead and came on up there, we could have figured out something to do for 7 hours.
Yeah, but that was my day right there.
I started to actually just go on and go. Just call out sick or something.
Do rank A already then. What did I miss? Not much, Sunsu. We're doing this event,
Oh, the classic question has returned.
What?
Read the last comment.
How do you have so many pearls? Oh, okay. So, I've had this game ever since this came out, and I would just log in every single day, pretty much.
I just realized what you were talking about.
And I would just log in every single day for the Ninja Pearls. I never really played the game itself up until like 3 weeks ago. That's why I have these 3. I would have had 400, but I kept using some right now. But yeah, I would have had at least, I think, 600 now if I didn't do some multis before my last video yesterday. But yeah, that's pretty much why I have these Ninja Pearls. And then I was doing the story mode, so I got that. And people from chat here, whenever I stream, helps me out. So yeah.
Yeah, Silence helpless. We have to help him.
Who would you let punch you on Dragon Ball Super?
Oh, okay.
Does Chi-Chi count?
I'm gonna say Poir. Cause then I might not feel it. Nah, man. Chi-Chi, she knocked me out.
Hell yeah, she will. I mean, she was
No, I
able to
take that
push
back.
Goten into Super Saiyan.
Oh no, don't take it back now, Jay. You take
I'll take
that.
it back because I just thought of something.
I mean,
thought of somebody.
Chi-Chi was able to push Goten to Super Saiyan, so
I just
She
thought
looked
about
at
something.
TVs like it's nothing in the sound song.
I think I would rather take a Bulma slap.
Daryl Darkness, hey, what's up? Hello, Mama
People be
Estonia
forgetting
TV.
Chi-Chi a martial artist.
For reals, the Ox King's daughter,
Yeah, but she also hasn't trained in martial arts in. Hold on, where are we at in the timeline? How many years has it been?
Hey, let anybody who could take away all of Goku's stamina.
Well, how much longer is this
That's
stream?
tough.
She takes away his stamina in other ways, not fighting.
Still counts.
Ninetales, I think we'll just go up until the Kabuto event
She
is
takes
done.
away his. She takes away his stamina, wanting another baby.
So Jacob will want Chi-Chi to hit her. Okay. Finally
Like I
beat
said, I
Super
think
3, boss rush with Super Team. Nice. Adding the AGL Whis was the deciding factor for my victory. You see, if my Gogeta was at SA10, I can go further.
Silent. He's got the SA. He's got the Super 3 struggle.
Your Vegito's not maxed out either.
Nope.
What's your Vegito's essay?
SA6.
What did
And
you
you
do with
can't beat
what have you done with all your Elder Kai?
My Vegeta
It was
Super 6,
mainly
and I was
for. I
able
didn't
to
have that
do
many
it.
Elder Kais, to be honest. The one time I actually got the 10th. The only Elder Kais I ever had. Because you remember I screwed up with the Buhan. I didn't know he was farmable.
Oh yeah, you did tell me that.
And
I
what's it
forgot.
called?
I didn't
Yeah.
even think
Laugh
about
about
that
that.
one because that one just flew over my head.
I still laugh about that when he told me that.
Yeah, I didn't know he was. It was at the time when I was barely playing the game. That's why. And yeah, I didn't know that until later on. I found out. I'm like, so
Hey,
9
you don't
Elder
have
Kais
any
just
in shop?
wasted. No, and then that's what I say. Like, so the shop, I got that from there, right? So most of the Elder Kais from the shop went to Buhan, and the one that we got for Christmas, I believe the 10 free, the Elder Kai banner, those Elder Kais went directly for Vegito Blue.
What did you do? So you didn't so you didn't get the 10 Elder Kais from the ticket banner when we had ticket banner?
Oh yeah, you're right. I did do that. That must
Where
have
did those
gone
go?
for
I think
Vegito.
I put like
'Cause-
5 Elder Kais in the LR Frieza.
I didn't. For Vegito, I literally got him and Gogeta. On the ticket banner, pretty much. So like they're barely new for me, not really, but you know, but yeah. And then I'm pretty sure. Oh no. So I pulled a couple of dupes prior to the dupe system, and at the time I didn't know the dupe system was gonna be coming out soon. I think I pulled like a couple, I think 3 dupes for oh crap, my bad, I didn't read that. I pulled 3 dupes of Gotenks, so I gave those 3 to Gotenks itself, fed him itself. Then the 10 ticket for the ticket banner, I used some of the Elder Kais from there to Gotenks, and then the rest I gave it to Vegito. But yeah, that's what happens.
So from Barbershop, have you also taken? Have
The
you
new
collected
ones?
all the ones from the apples?
From the new one,
GT event apples.
no.
And okay, so you still gonna have some.
Yeah, I'm gonna still have some. It's
When
just-
those come back around, when
Yeah,
those
I
events come
miss-
back, you still got those. So that's
Yeah.
good.
I need those events to come back because I did not farm the apples.
Should I buy iPhone 5 or iPhone 6? You should wait and get the iPhone 8 that's coming out later on this fall.
That's what
I'm
I
waiting
told
on-
everybody who
I'm
went from
waiting on
iPhone
five
6 to
like
iPhone 7.
Yeah. I mean, I have the iPhone 5. I could have gotten the iPhone. I got annoyed. Okay, so I got the iPhone 5. I literally 2 months before iPhone 6, but that was before there was any, you know, advertising that the iPhone 6 was gonna come out. So it's like, that's bull. So now I had to wait 2 years for my contract to end, pretty much, you know.
Well, I still got the iPhone. I got the 5C.
Yeah, I have the 5S. I have,
iPhone 5
yeah, I had the regular 5, but then it broke and they didn't have any more of the regular 5, so they gave me the 5S instead, free of charge of upgrading systems, kind of. So I was pretty much
Like I
good with
said, I
that.
had the iPhone 5. I threw it on the ground and broke it. It was literally the biggest piece of shit I've ever seen.
And then like
Dang.
Lucky
Yeah,
JD
like
Gamer,
that.
thanks for subscribing, man. But yeah, that was that. And then
I'll be right back.
all right, I had to wait till my contract was up. So then my contract was up. I could have gotten the iPhone 6, but iPhone 7 was already out. And then I'm like, I heard that iPhone 8 was gonna be coming out earlier than usual. So I'm like, okay, I'll rather just wait till the iPhone 8 to come out. So that's pretty much why. And plus, I only have 30. It only gave me 32. I only got the 32 gigabyte memory for the iPhone. So yeah.
The CM2 Sasuke is only out on JP, right?
Huh?
The Curse Mark II Sasuke is only out on JP right now.
Yeah,
right?
at the moment, yeah. I think he comes out
Okay.
this.
So Android
upcoming week.
17 playing on JP then.
Oh, okay. You gotta win this event even if you use pros.
Hey, hype, I don't know, man. Yamcha still might knock you out, cuz. Even Yamcha.
Well, I will be back then. Already 9 toes. I want to do the mission quest that gives you 5 pearls, but I don't have strong enough ninjas. There's a one that gives you 5 pearls. Which one's that? I need pearls. I finally got my Curse Mark II Sasuke to Ultimate and I'm ranked 30. Nice, congrats. I'm gonna take Yamcha's punch. He's still pretty strong though. I mean, he's weak for, you know, from the Z fighters, but as a human, he's what, the third strongest, right?
Let's just say even Hercule is strong.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing.
Add me Blazing Lictine. I probably shouldn't have gone there. I should have gone to the corner. Fuck. Because that's going to hurt us if he does the special. Okay, he didn't. Some soon I will start to be a Killer Bee. Who would you want to be? Oh, who would you want to be in Naruto? A Hyuga.
Sasuke.
You can't. Sasuke's already there.
Well, I thought.
I know, I
I
know. I know. Let's see. Yeah,
I'll
probably
be Sasuke's offspring. Yeah, man.
So you're
I'll
gonna
be Sansa.
So you're gonna turn into a girl?
I'll be Sadara's older brother.
How are you gonna be the older brother if Sarada's the firstborn?
That's what they tell you now.
Ooh. So are
But
you
I'm
the?
gonna change history. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I mean, I would be a Hyuga just because, but yeah.
Hopefully, you from the main branch.
You're right. I'll be specific. I'd rather be, you know,
I
Hyuga from
shouldn't
the
even
main.
said anything.
Hyuga from the main branch.
I should have let it go up by chance. Here you go out like my man Neji.
Do all green with me, magician. Oh, in this one? Alright.
Poor Neji. I'm not gonna let it go. What up, Caleb?
Muhammad Ansori, LOL. Does anyone have good heart ninjas? I need help. I do not. I'm pressed
Jay
the
might.
shirker on the right. You will see. Caleb, what up, man? What up? I only have good bravery. Nice.
If only Estrada and them was not here.
Alex was here earlier, but I think he just left right away. Oh, motherfucker took my chakra.
Oh, it feels so good to be able to walk on 2 feet again.
Nice. Shuriken, okay. No, I'll host, be all green against 5 pros. Okay.
I have good heart units, but sadly I'm not playing. I'm playing Sarah's most of it.
You know what some people didn't think about? Remember when we thought when some people was speculating that you about to die?
Motherfucker.
Speculating about what?
But how people were speculating how they
Oh,
thought.
that is some
Gohan-
bullshit. I don't want to use a pearl, but. Oh, my fucking god.
Try again now, Devin.
I think I'll wait till I see the health go down. Okay, fail. Okay. But
I
I
don't
remember
wanna
told
use a
you.
pearl.
before Majin Vegeta came out, before Gohan, people was talking about something. oh, maybe LR Gohan gonna be on the Super Saiyan 4 banners. Just because
I
his
doubt
data,
it. I doubt
just because
it.
his data was released at the same time, there. People didn't think about the fact that the double rates banner that introduced LR Gohan came out right after that Super Saiyan 4 did.
So,
And that came out before
Yeah.
Physical Cooler's banner.
that was some BS.
You know who Talon is, right?
I
Sal?
hate this damn game. What?
You know who Talon is?
Silent
So-
went, Silent
so
went
upset.
to a dark place. He
Uh,
went to a dark place there.
are you talking about gaming with Talon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just hit me when I was in his stream yesterday when he was playing with Nano and all of on like I forgot what game it was.
Yeah.
He was like he brought it up to my attention. He was like people say Nano LR-genic when I don't even have a summon.
Uh huh.
And that just him. I was like, he don't have one. At least Nano has one.
I mean, it's a like okay, like it sucks that the only card that he was able to put is a featured LR Broly, and like it's still a summonable LR. It's just people don't count it because he's a featured card, pretty much. Goku Black, welcome back. Agusadiyama, I totally butchered your name, but Kadik, wow, yes. We should get bored though. For what? I started this game 2 months ago, and I have so many good characters, and then I buy pros. Nice, congrats.
So they just releasing characters in all kinds of orders on Naruto.
I guess I have no idea.
Because they releasing Shippuden characters before they even release the Curse Mark one.
You know FE Heroes? What's FE Heroes?
Fire Emblem Heroes.
Kabuto 99 lock.
you know your
That's
stuff.
cool.
There you go.
Press the shuriken.
Yeah, future. He
Jay
knows
plays a
Fire
lot of
Emblem.
gacha games.
He does.
Oh, shut up.
I can't keep up.
He knows of Fire Emblem Heroes, but Silent said that's not really his type.
Wait,
Like, what was that other
shuriken.
game you played when I was on your stream?
What, Pokemon Black?
No, it was a gacha game.
Fire Emblem.
And I got you some swordsman or something.
Fire Emblem.
that
Emblem.
was Fire Emblem.
Emblem.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
And Devin, you remember you was telling me you didn't know
Oh,
that
okay.
Record Keepers was on the phone. I even did a video just for you.
So now I gotta go into your channel and look at this video.
For the Final Fantasy Record Keepers.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It was this.
I said, you told me, he's like, I didn't know that was on the phone. I was like, okay. I literally did a whole video dedicated just to Devin.
I wonder what I should do. You'll kill mine.
See, Devin is truly appreciated. I feel that. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to show you.
Don't take my moment away from.
Do you have mother? I do not. I have
I'll
Tsunade.
let you have your moment. You get very few, so I'll let you have this one.
Okay, so which one are we doing? Wait, who's gonna be?
Do not
Juju.
try skill S rank. I had trouble with skill S rank.
Juju. Which one are we gonna be doing? Summon,
Tell him
please.
S rank.
If you want to see the summonings, you can check out the video from yesterday. I did some summoning. I'm not gonna be doing any summoning, so
I'm salty
So
about
I'm sorry.
summons.
I'm sorry if you're here. If you're only here, if you're gonna see, you think I'm gonna do summonings. I'm not. Sorry, Black. I can't die to someone who can only believe in themselves.
I like the fact that you actually read out loud the role plays that you have in the chat.
Well, I mean, I always try to read the entire chat.
Oh no, I know. I'm just saying it's just funny when you read it.
I've noticed sometimes he'll like reads it silently and he just skips over the role play.
Yeah, all you see is
Like the other day
Nice.
when it was me, Son Goku, Goku Black.
but that was because y'all was going on for a while. It got
Yeah, you guys kept going too fast, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna continue keep reading. I'm like, all right. I'll just read it.
We
Never
were
mind, it's hard as
reenacting
life.
It got
I
to a
said we were
point where people was
reenacting
changing their
the-
name just to get
Exactly.
to the rope.
Hey, I
never
was
mind,
the
it's hard
first
as
one
fuck.
to change my name. I changed my names just so I could mess with the Kava person that was in there, but I never did see him come back.
What's the last stage in story mode?
They came back like one day
Um,
after that, and that was it.
I'm not entirely
Actually,
sure.
I haven't seen them or Caulifla.
I haven't seen. I mean, I haven't finished the story mode. What's the last?
I've seen Kale come back. I haven't seen Kava.
Jay, what's the last stage in story mode?
The third Great Ninja War.
In the global?
Yeah,
Well, I'm talking about the game, dude.
third Great Ninja War.
Oh yeah? Oh goddamn. Wait, in the global
You
version, it
fight-
already goes that far?
Yeah,
I thought it doesn't go to the Shippuden in global. Didn't you
that's the
say?
fourth Great. That's the fourth Great Ninja War you're talking about.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm stupid.
The third Great Ninja War was the one with Minato
you're right.
and Kashi and Rin and all
You
that.
should have just said the Kakashi's. I mean, the Minato Kakashi's Chronicle. You totally got me confused.
It goes. The third Great Ninja War level goes through whenever Rin gets kidnapped by, I think it's the Hidden Stone Village, and Kakashi and Obito team up to rescue her. And that's as far as it goes. That's all as far as the JP version goes as well. So I don't know. I figured the JP would be a little bit ahead on the story mode.
It's only a week. It's only a week behind, dude. I mean, they're only a week forward against us. So
I
doubt
know,
it.
but still, they're very slow at releasing more story mode. They'd rather release more events.
That's what for One Piece. That's what I mean. Like they do the server updates frequently. We get more stuff than they do. The only thing we get behind are the banners, pretty much.
So basically, the original
Hey, look at that,
story
Kaba's
cuts
back.
off. Basically, the original storyline that you're following cuts off at when Naruto and Sasuke's first fight,
Okay.
and then it goes straight into the third Great Ninja War.
Juju, do you have a healer? Cause I'm gonna bring Sasuke. If you guys can bring a healer, that'd be great.
Kaba, all my friends out there.
Yeah. Alrighty, Juju, you can come in. Oh,
Y'all was just talking about him too.
I know that's what I'm saying. Like, oh look, he's back.
Hold up. Time for me to end the chat back.
Uh, Wes, do you mind so Juju can come in? Cause he hasn't been able to be in this one. He hasn't been able to play. And if that's totally okay with you, West. Thank you, man. Thank you for understanding. Juju, you can totally come in now. If you have a healer, that'll be very much helpful, dude. If not, I can just back out and I'll bring. I don't know if Tensen's a healer, to be honest, but screw it. Kab, I remember killing you. You were trying to protect Cauliflower.
And it begins.
But Goku Black wasn't even alive in that.
Dude, I think they talking about the chat.
No, I know that.
So much. I haven't even paid attention to everything that they did last time, so I'm like lost on whatever event they're at right now.
Damn, I wants to join. All right, you can get the next one along with.
Hey, at
Hey,
least I picked
me-
a character that's pretty much in
Fuerte.
every
Yeah, I got it.
single thing
Alright.
that happens. Anything bad happens, Vegeta
Jaime.
is right there.
Nice. I have one, but
don't
not
know
level
why.
of Nago.
I
Okay.
just read Trunks. Like I was
Literally, look at it.
I read it like Killer B raps for some reason. I don't know why.
Because look at it, Vegeta
think
was
it's
there
'cause of the
during the
yo.
Saiyan saga, the Cell saga, the Android saga.
My name is
Boo
JCP27. Okay. So,
Vegeta's been there through it all.
QS, your JC, you can get in next with Sun Tsun then.
The Frieza saga. I forgot that.
And Cauliflower, hey, welcome. Welcome back. Mm,
American Tail 5 goes His name is JC Penney's. Why does it sound so wrong to hear Goku Black say?
Cauliflower, where have you been? What the hell was that?
You still haven't started the new K-drama, have you?
No.
I'm disappointed, man.
Don't worry, man.
Wrong button.
I will do that today after the stream. Forget about sleep.
Do it before the banners come out, because that's
Wow,
your luck.
Cauliflower
That's where
is
your luck
alive.
gonna come from.
Been busy?
I
That's
had my
totally
back.
okay. It's understandable.
Tournament.
I started to think she was dead.
I just realized, never mind. Spoilers.
Well, Guidance not here anymore.
I'm still here.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but I mean,
Do we really care about Jay as much, though?
like, you're not
Like,
caught
no.
up,
My
you know.
ass.
You're not
Kiss my ass.
you're not caught up, you know.
Kiss my
In
ass,
that
damn it.
case, that means we will never be able to discuss about Super.
I am slowly catching up. I just haven't had a chance in the past few days. I'm off for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I'll
Wait till
probably
we get
binge
all
watch
chakra
it.
already then.
Yeah, so the 3 days that I'm off, I'm probably gonna binge watch it and catch up.
Alright, so it's okay if we talk about it.
Spoilers don't bother me as long as it's not like a really major.
Well, no, I'm going details. Like, no.
So I think I'm
Yeah,
gonna change my
well,
channel name in the game.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Nice.
mute Devin right quick. Actually, I have control over this call, so let me kick Devin right quick. It's funny. I control this. I control the server and the group.
Busy admiring Goku. No. Welcome back, Ninetales. Simon, are you gonna go for the SSJ for Vegeta or Goku? I'm going for Goku.
She's been busy at flirting with Kaba.
Yeah, he need them STR units.
Actually, need me some better. I need some better ant units.
I need better extreme int types.
Because I don't really have that many good ant units.
I don't have that many tech cards.
I have a shit ton of tech cards.
I have. Hold on. Instead of opening up the game, I'll just go back and look at screenshots that I sent Devin.
I wanted to actually save one of the grunts. Damn it. But Rose's in the Vegeta banner. True. But I have better STR units compared to
I
AGL.
have really good STR units.
And he's not ready for that kind of despair. Straight out. He can't throw himself straight out there like that. That's dangerous.
Yeah, I have a lot. Now that I look at, I have a lot of STR units.
You were supposed to save a little one. I know.
What's my best tech unit? Let's see.
Scroll up. What did I miss?
Probably my.
Trunks, you're
SSJ
about to
Blue
taste my
Vegeta.
blade in a minute.
Yeah, I got physical Shinron, physical Boo, Kid Boo.
go first. Dude.
I couldn't sit here and tell you what my best AGL unit is because I have a lot of.
We're playing it
Super
wrong.
AGL.
I know, Juju. I realized at the moment, who was it that killed the rest? But it's cool, it's
Hold
cool.
up, so the STR GT Trunks is already on global, right?
Yeah.
No.
Or do I just not have them?
The
The GT trunk.
Yeah,
well, there's different
That's what-
variation. The one that comes out with the SSJ4s?
yeah.
No.
Okay, that's what. When I said when I said that
SSJ4
earlier,
hasn't come
when I
out
said
yet.
that earlier,
Why
I
do
was
you
like, I got him.
Well, I have the STR trunks
I have
of
a,
No, I'm
The Super
talking
Saiyan
about
2.
the GT one that goes
Oh.
well with the
Oh,
strap
then,
tee,
yeah, no,
the
no.
model strap.
yeah, no. I have the other.
I was like, I
one.
know the Super Saiyan 3 one isn't out. I mean, it's already out. It just gets
Yeah.
a Dokkan Awakening.
I mean, I was using the other one, the other STR one that gives attack and defense, what, 30% I think, or 20%, but no key.
I have 9 trunks.
God damn.
9 of one type or just 9?
Let's see. I have the STR Rage trunks. I have the Ant Kid trunks. The AGL SSJ trunks. The Tech Xeno trunks. The Tech Super SSJ2 trunks. The straight Teen trunks. I have both variations of the Teen trunks. Strength versions.
I've been in hell for a while, so I have a dirty mind now.
Why do I have a SR Napa?
You guys, we need to spread out. Let me take the
which
hits
one-
while I have the
Which
barrier.
Napa is it that can go to UR?
The Baba one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so the only trunk you miss is what? The It Rage? The Super Leader?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much,
Me
yeah.
too. Me too. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't got him either. I ain't really tried for him now.
Oh, motherfucker.
See, I can't get SSJ Blue Goku, but I got the SSJ Red Goku. Oh, I got the physical Xeno trunks as well. My bad, I forgot the name.
Nappa is so bad. Yes, yes, yes.
I know, right?
Not as bad as Raditz.
Hey, not as bad as just for the hell of it, I bought Ginyu Goku.
Raditz almost has no good cards. Yeah.
They
I think
shafted
his best
Raditz
card is
so
probably
bad.
his grade 8.
I was about to say that too. The Great Ape is good.
They shafted Raditz so bad.
Oh, because he was only there for what? 4 episodes?
Yeah, but still, he's stronger than what they're making him out to be.
But they're not that strong. That's why.
I wonder what the highlight of my collection is.
Minus
I
Tsunami.
would say LR Frieza, but
Guys, I just got Obito Nice. Congrats, man. Congrats.
let's see, LR Frieza, Super Vegito, Kaioken Goku, GT SSJ2 Goku,
God damn it. Stop freaking attacking me.
SSJ Blue Vegeta,
And you immobilized me again, motherfucker.
SSJ Broly. God, I have a lot
And
of
you took my
SSJ
chakra.
characters.
What a bitch.
And I don't know why I keep this card. I even have the SSJ AGL
Oh my fucking god.
Bardock. The very first SSJ Bardock I ever pulled. have a lot of sales. Monster carrot.
What I do like about the Blazing game though is that their ultimate, like their 12, what is this? 12, not key, but you know the 12
Chakra.
Chakra. There you go.
Hey,
That-
Key.
I was freaking forgetting the name, but yeah, the 12 chakra.
Chakra key, same thing.
The 12 chakra. When they do their ultimate, it's pretty much the animation of
Chakra,
the.
Chakra Key,
You're about to say hockey.
hockey. What else? What else? Come
G,
on, some more
G,
other anime.
G,
Yu Yu Hakusho Aura.
Chi.
Chi.
So many.
Chi.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, like what I do like about when they do their ultimate is that they have that little cutscene from the Ninja Storms games, which I like actually.
Oh yeah, I like the little cutscene thing.
Myron, yo, what up?
Did y'all win that or y'all lost?
Huh?
Probably lost.
Did y'all died?
Oh, we won.
Okay.
I mean, we died, but we won.
I just noticed I have the Arale Goku.
Oh yeah. that
oh
was-
yeah,
that
the
was
free one. I got that too.
That was the free one.
I even have the
They get Dokkan Awakeners too.
Oh, they do. Fuck! I should have farmed.
I already got mine to
didn't know that?
S18.
Nope. Dude, I'm a global person.
I got mine to SA10 just because like I said, there was no events going on.
Yeah, I was just bored. Cause the only other thing that was
And
coming out after that
his
was
drop
Vegeta.
rate was really good. So I mean, he had like a 50% drop rate.
Currently, I want to say Mitsuki is stronger than them, but then, yeah, I want to say Mitsuki.
Wait, what?
Oh, cause gaming with J-Star asks who's stronger, Sarada, Mitsuki, or Boruto. I can't get any more Ninja Pearls for helping people. How come? I didn't even know you get.
Yeah, I would say Mizuki is only because he already has Sage Mode.
When the heck does he have Sage Mode? When was this?
Really? You didn't
When-
already know this?
When was this?
Did you not watch the story of Mizuki?
What episode was this?
This wasn't an episode. This was an independent. When they came out with the story of Kakashi, story of Sasuke, and all that.
Oh, Kakashi Chronicles, Sasuke Dance, and all that.
When the heck did he get? When the heck did Mitsuki get a?
Because his didn't come out on video though. His came out in a manga series. It shows how he was. born
Manga
and everything.
theory. Okay.
No, it actually goes and shows how he was born and created, whichever one you call it.
Manga theory. Okay.
I literally need to pay attention more to Boruto. I've only watched two first episodes.
You got logged out? I know. I saw
I
that. You got
just wanted-
disconnected.
I wanted to hurry up and get into the action. Because I actually want to see Kawaki and Boruto square off.
I want to know who the fuck is Kawaki.
He was the person you see at the very beginning.
No,
of
no, I know that. No, I'm
episode
saying
one.
like I want to know who he is. You know, like
Oh, okay. I thought you would literally say who is Kawaki.
no, like I want to know who he is. Like his
Like I said,
story and all that.
the fact that he really does look just like Naruto and Sasuke mix, it actually adds support to the theory that it's Orochimaru is experiment using Naruto and Sasuke DNA.
Like always.
I don't know if that's true. That would actually be really awesome if that was true.
Why is it every time we bring a name up, they come into the chat?
Huh?
What? Kawaki's coming to a chat?
No, Boruto.
Oh, shit.
What up,
Last
man?
time
What
was
up?
Kava.
Oh, no.
At
We
least-
brought up Sadara and Mitsuki, and they're not in here yet.
They selected.
we had a 33% chance of getting one of them.
Anyways, gotta go to bed. All right, good night, Sunsoon. I'm sorry you weren't able to get in, man.
I'm not even gonna make that joke.
Yeah,
I'm
Hype
not gonna get
already
in the
knows
game.
that Bardolph's getting a Dokkan Awakening, so that's part of the reason I keep him. All the SSJ Bardocks are getting a Dokkan Awakening.
Except for the AGL.
Oh, AGL's even getting one.
Well, I mean, like, he doesn't have one now, no, right?
The STR, I think, is actually the worst one, though.
Turok,
It's
what up?
It's just like how they gave the God Goku the shaft that we really wanted to get the Dokkan Awakening. But they gave every other one.
Which one?
The AGL one.
I don't even have them.
They gave
Yeah,
the
we were
it
talking
one.
about how the SSJ Bardocks are getting a Dokkan Awakening.
Why don't they just Dokkan Awaken all of them at the same time? I don't understand that.
I don't know. Probably too much programming and they're lazy.
But yeah, Turok, what up, man? What up? Boruto,
I think y'all
what's up?
should. Silent. I think y'all should run this event skill only.
Hell no.
Come
let
on,
me
it's
let me Dokkan Awaken my Tsunade first. I Dokkan Awaken.
Dokkan Awaken.
Let me awaken my Tsunade first. Oh man, horrible.
Get
Man.
Dokkan off the brain.
The AGL and SR Bardock Tezariba.
He does?
Yeah.
God
Yep.
damn.
Damn, Silent, you are not keeping up with the news,
I
are
thought
you?
they ain't show him no love.
They actually
Hey.
showed the AGL a lot of love.
I mean, I don't really do
And they did that when the
JP,
that
sorry.
same banner came out.
See, Bardock, SSJ Bardock is one of those cars that sucks. That turns in, when he Dokkan Awakens, turns into a really good card.
Oh, Boruto is West.
Oh, Boruto is West. Okay. Can I play next?
I wish that-
Yes.
Or
I need 2 more Kabutos for 99 luck. Nice. When is the Curse Mark 2 Sasuke coming for global? I believe it's next week, right? Yes? No? Yes? No?
Jay?
I'm gonna assume it's next week.
He said, hello? Anyone there?
The hell did Jay go?
Like, JJ left at the worst possible time. Or all the time he's gonna leave.
For reals. Oh, that's what you mean, Juju. Okay. So, when Juju asked, like, what's it called? Why isn't he in the Discord? I think he was referencing of our group chat, you know?
yeah, future.
Oh, the
Dokkan-
voice chat?
lot
Yeah,
better than Bardock.
through our,
Yeah.
because like, you know, we have 2 different chats. You know, ours just you, me, Jay, and Khalifa, and then the server one. Yeah.
Just made a mod chat and a regular chat.
Mhm.
Yeah, because we have this little small
Ah,
little group
motherfucker.
chat with just us 4, and then we got the massive server with everybody else.
Yeah. Yes, yes. So yeah, Jay, the Curse Mark 2 Sasuke is coming out this week, right? This Friday.
Should be either Thursday or Friday.
All
They may
right.
be nice and release it to us Thursday, like they did with Blazing Fest.
Okay. Well, there you go, JC.
Sirach, why do you want to see his cards? He has no good ones.
After this match, can you show your card? I don't mind. I mean, I don't have that many good cards, but I don't mind.
He has literally no good ones except for Utakata
Can you
Word.
imagine trying to do a Dokkan
and
race
Tsunade.
with all grade eights?
It's possible, man. It's possible.
I've had an
horrible
account with
moment.
all grade apes.
That's a horrible time though, cause once
Hey.
they transform, that's a lot of animation time.
Hmm.
But you know though, grade apes can be a clutch for you though, since they cannot take any damage.
But what if you're racing? You know?
I'm talking about for a race.
Exactly.
Now, for a race, yeah, not good. But for really hard events, if you can actually get one to transform, that could be clutch for you.
Kaba still here. Welcome back, Kaba. Glad to see you still here. Yo, sorry I haven't been coming to your streams. I just got a PS4. I've been addicted to it. I've been playing
Hey,
it
cool
all
boy. I do
day.
not blame you, bro.
Exactly. It's cool. It's cool. Don't worry about that. That's how I was too. when I
What
got
you
my
been playing
PS4.
though? That's the
Exactly.
question.
True that.
If you ain't been playing that Injustice 2, it ain't worth it.
I don't even have enough freaking space to be getting games. I wanted the Injustice 2. I wanted the Tekken 7. I wanted the damn other games. I think there was another one. I forgot which one. Oh, the
Tekken 7 is actually
The-
pretty fun.
what's it called?
Oh
The-
yeah, I'm a Tekken man, you know.
Hell yeah, me too. What's it called? That
I'm a,
that Dawn thing, the one with the machines, like Far Cry 4, but just with the machines.
Oh,
crickets.
Horizon. There you go.
Okay.
The Dawn Horizon, whatever it's called. I wanted that, but I don't have enough freaking space.
I've
See,
low
the
key
weird
been
thing
having
about
fun
it
with the
is-
Friday 13th joke.
I want to get the game. I'm gonna get that
Here's
game.
I'm
though.
I'm one of the few folks that actually liked Mortal Kombat X.
Yeah, it's like whatever.
I liked it.
I bought the game. I played it like twice, and it's been on the shelf ever since.
I
I
just
just
like,
think I prefer
since they
Tekken
added the
over
X-ray
most
in.
other fighting.
Jay, send Juju the link for the server.
Yes, Master. Hey,
JR
I've already made
Reeds,
the
what up,
joke
man?
that I was his secretary. So.
All grade ape teams are ass. I'm new. Well, welcome,
that
man.
back.
Welcome. Let's hope Trunks you have watched Boruto movie. Do you think that the crystals will be removed from Impact and EMS? I'm not entirely sure.
So that's the last time I'm sending the link because I am exiting the call. So
You're leaving the call right now?
yeah, I got one of my friends keep spam calling me. So,
All right.
let's see what the fuck is.
Alright, Jay.
Alright. If I get done with the call in time for the stream ends, I'll rejoin the call.
For sure. Well, I'm just gonna continue playing up until the Kabuto raid is done, pretty much. I think you already left.
The roleplay is going to a weird place.
Why does everyone ask me such weird questions about cauliflower? It's not me, that's them. Have I seen Boruto the movie? Yes, I have. Can I go next? Yes, Juju.
This is really messing with my head when you answer questions before they pop up.
Oh, it's because I remember it's delayed.
Oh no, I know, but it just messed with my head every time because I be looking for the question and then it.
What? She's just my friend. Ah, damn it. I want to heal us, but I swear he's gonna immobilize us right now.
Oh, I forgot they put like a 1 hour limit on y'all little event.
Dude, for real. I hate that. Like, at least with One Piece, it gives us a full 24-hour, but that's it, you know? So, if you go to sleep by then, that's on you.
I forgot I even made that One Piece account. Like I got on, collected the little gems or whatever,
Yeah.
the pearls, and then I didn't even summon on the
Sugo
Sugo
Fest?
Fest.
Horrible, man. Horrible.
So I still got them. They just sitting there.
Well, that's good. I mean, we're getting to Sugo Fest in like a couple days.
But think about it, my mind is on Super Saiyan 4, so I'm still not gonna think about it.
I mean, I'm not going to be pulling on the Sugo Fest either, so. Good night, son. I know I don't comment too much. Just watch the video. That's totally okay, J-Star. Don't worry about it. Alrighty, man. Take care. Kaba, that's not what I saw in my timeline. So, Killer Bee died in movie or not? I don't think so. Sure, it is Boruto. But you're evil, so you could easily be lying. He has a point. Ah, god damn it. Alright, I had the barrier, so that's good. And you're gonna poison me? Okay. Still have my barrier, alright. Don't immobilize me, that's all I'm asking for. Oh, that's funny, that is funny. Oh, come on, let me move. Broccoli the Beast. Thanks for subscribing, man. Kaba, my god, I would never lie to you mortals. Yo, Kaba and Goku Black. Can you stop with the immobilization? God damn it. Oh my god. Broccoli the Beast. Thanks for subscribing, man. You should be glad I stopped Kale from walking in. No problem. Nice.
Like, what timeline even is this?
What happened?
I said, what timeline even is this?
It's not even. For all we know, it could be the original timeline that, you know, where Trunks screwed it up.
The silent timeline.
I'll take the bear one more time. I don't see silent in the server. Yeah, I haven't really been on. Honestly, I keep forgetting that I have the damn Discord. I only remember whenever I stream because you guys talk about it. I'm like, oh, right. I do have one.
He know it'd be logged in.
I'm logged in right now.
I'm talking about when you first start streaming.
Oh, yeah. Because I always forget. Oh, this guy took my chakra, motherfucker. You playing this game on phone or computer? I'm playing this on my phone. That's fine. Kale just gets a bit angry sometimes, but she's nice. Yes, she is. Alright. It took a while, but there you go. What up, Sage? What up? Taking Napa? I'm gonna remind you on Twitter.
What up, Sage?
Let me know if anyone needs help with Kabuto. Alright. I got scared when she saw me, then she starts running. I ended that Kabuto. Oh, right. You want me to show my cards? Okay. But yeah, I don't have that many good cards to be honest, but there you go. That's pretty much it, honestly. Not really that impressive, to be honest. But yeah. How are you connecting your phone through the computer? Well, I have the lightning cable plugged in, but that's just so it can be charged. It's not really connected to the computer because with the application that I have, which is called a PowerSoft Phone Manager, you can have it connected two ways, either wirelessly or through cable. I think now the reason why it starts to lag is because I have it usually on wireless, you know? So I think that's the reason why it starts to lag sometimes. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, you have an options to pretty much go from wireless or connecting it through cable. Honestly, through cable would be much better. I don't think you'll get any really lag, to be honest, but who knows? I could be wrong with that too. But yeah. No, I wanted to do one more. Damn it. Well, shit. I guess that's it. Is OBS better than Air server? For what? To stream? Or for what? Need it. What do you need? I ended that Kabuto. Oh, I needed that Kabuto. I'm sorry you didn't get it, man. What do you use to record? I use OBS to do live streaming and record at the same time. You have both of the options, so yeah. Is OBS better than Air server? What are you using Air server for? Isn't that just to mirror your phone? OBS doesn't have an application that I can mirror my phone. Uh, OBS is mainly to either stream or to record. You need another application for, well, for me, I need another application to record and mirror, I mean, not record, to mirror my phone. Then I just pop up that window and then I'd use OBS to mirror the mirror one. So pretty much OBS is mirroring the application that's mirroring my phone. So I guess technically it does mirror my phone, but yeah, still. Wait, can you say what application it is again, please? It's called a PowerSoft Phone Manager. All one word, I believe. Hold on. A PowerSoft Phone Manager. Well, a PowerSoft is one word, then Phone Manager. But yeah, to stream, I will go with OBS, but you will need a computer for OBS. But yeah, the A PowerSoft Phone Manager is totally free. You can buy it if you want, but honestly, it's not really worth it. The free one is totally okay if you're just using it to mirror your phone, pretty much. It's
Oops.
oh, I was tripping. I was like, what? I thought it was my phone. I was like, oh shit.
My bad.
But yes, a PowerSoft Phone Manager is totally free. It's an application that it's for the PC though. I believe the Android, if you have an Android, I believe it has an app for it. But I have iOS, so I don't have that. But yeah. Okay, thanks, no problem, man. Kaba, all I gotta say is you was getting in there, then you guys were going Super Saiyan. I was like, damn, they getting it on. Nixka Gaming, hey, what's up? But yes, that's gonna be it for this stream, pretty much. Because holy shit, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. God damn. Well, practically. Just 3 minutes for 4 hours. But yes,
Time flies when Devons rise.
But yeah, you guys, I'm ending this stream. Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nix. You're late. Yes. But you can always be here for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably be streaming Dokkan. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's AGL. Fuck. Do I need any AGL? Oh, actually I do. But yes.
Why you say that with such uncertainty?
Cause what's it called? Like I'm trying to get my LR androids, but I can already evolve. I can already awaken my LR androids, right? Ollie to his LR form. But I wanna do the other set version already, so he can be already at say 20, pretty much. But yeah. You got Mubuzin live. When tomorrow, Nix Gaming, I will be streaming. Don't know exactly what time. If anything, it will probably be around like today, around 7 o'clock, p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Bro, here is 9 a.m. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, man. But yes, dang, I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, Kathy. I know I want to see he was good, reacts nice. Well, good night, Nix Gaming. But yeah, you guys, ending this stream. If you guys enjoyed the stream, why not hit that like button for me? Because it'd be very much appreciated. If you guys are new, why not considering subscribe? Because I pretty much live stream every day. And yeah, tomorrow, what game are you streaming? Tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming Dokkan Battle. I'll probably be farming events to get my LR androids, because I literally have nothing to do. I mean, I can try to do the boss rush again, but it's just gonna take so long time, and it's gonna take up most of the stream.
Just let it go, bro. Just let it go.
And it's gonna take up most of the stream. That's why.
Just let it go. It's okay. It's okay, Sam. Just let it go.
Man, no Trunks. I was still here. I just had to throw up. Why did you throw up? Black, I hate you. What the hell? And Nixa Gaming, thanks for subscribing. And by the way, you guys, yes, today you have like probably less than 24 hours now, or no? Actually, yeah, you have about like 25 hours left for that giveaway, which I really need to talk to Cauliflower because I need the information. The transfer code, I mean. But yeah, Sasuke comes to Blazing tomorrow. Oh, nice. But yeah, you guys have about like 25 hours left for the giveaway. So if you guys wanna participate in that giveaway, the link is in the description. So yeah, the giveaway, the account is a JP Dokkan account. It's fairly low rank, I believe. I'm not sure if Caulifla has been playing it on it or not, but yeah. It comes with an Undoken SSJ4 Vegeta. Even though it's fairly new, you guys still have plenty of the story mode and most of the events for you guys to do. So you guys can still get a lot of Dragon Stones off of that, pretty much. And at least you'll be starting off with Elise and SSJ4 right off the bat. There's not really that many other good cards. The only one that's liable, I guess, for that team is the one that comes with it. With also, it has an SSJ3 on Dokkan AGL Goku. It also has the STR Zamasu. It has the SSR Cooler. It has I don't remember anything else. I would have to check again. But yes, that's pretty much what that account has at the moment. I don't know if she did some more pulls or not, or I don't know if she got more cards. I won't know till I get the account information, and then you guys, whoever wins, you won't know until you win, pretty much. But yes, Diego Funds, hey, what's up? Sorry that you came in a really bad time because I'm ending the stream. The description you gave, there's no way that description you gave, there's no way I do such a thing. Oh, you're talking about a Goku board. Wait, I will donate. Wait, don't stop the stream. I mean, you can still donate even if the stream is not on. Yeah, but it's up to you if you guys want to donate. You guys don't have to. It's only there if you guys want to. But yes, don't forget to check out my remix. You're right, hype. But thank you for reminding me. I was gonna forget, to be honest. All right, I'll check that out the moment I'm done with this stream. But yeah, you guys, I'm ending the stream for now, even though I've been saying this for what, like 4 times already. But yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow around 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, my time. And I'll catch you guys there. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye.